Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. Tonight, we are going to explore one of the quietest illusions inside your mind. The feeling that your consciousness is smooth, continuous, and unbroken. But beneath that calm surface, your brain is working in flashes, fragments, gaps, and tiny updates. And somehow, it hides the seams so well that you mistake the edit for reality. Before we go deeper, tell me in the comments where you are watching from and what time it is there right now. And if you enjoy calm science that makes the world feel stranger, don't forget to like the video. Why your brain creates entire worlds while you sleep. Every night, without asking your permission, your brain becomes a silent architect and builds a world you can walk through without ever opening your eyes. You may be lying still in a dark room, your body heavy beneath a blanket, your ears hearing almost nothing, your hands touching only fabric, yet somewhere inside your skull, streets appear, oceans rise, rooms rearrange themselves. Voices speak, doors open, weather changes, and people who are nowhere near you suddenly stand close enough to feel real. This is one of the quietest miracles of sleep. The brain does not simply turn off when the outside world fades away. It turns inward. It begins using the raw materials it has gathered all day and all your life to create a private universe from memory, emotion, expectation, and fragments of sensation. During sleep, especially during REM sleep, the brain can become intensely active, even while the body remains mostly still. The visual parts of the brain may help generate images. Emotional regions can give those images weight, and memory systems can bring forward pieces of places, faces, fears, desires, and unfinished thoughts. But the dream is not usually a perfect replay of life. It is more like the mind taking broken pieces from different shelves and building a new room out of them. A hallway from your childhood may connect to a city you visited once. A person you miss may appear with the voice of someone else. A small worry from yesterday may become a strange journey through a place that has never existed. And while this is happening, the sleeping brain is not carefully checking every detail the way it might while you are awake. The part of the mind that normally asks, "Does this make sense?" can be less dominant, which is one reason dream worlds can feel completely acceptable while you are inside them. You do not stop to question why your old school has turned into an airport, or why the sky has moved indoors, or why time seems to bend around emotion. The dream gives you a reality, and for a while, you live inside it. What makes this even more fascinating is that the brain is always a world builder, even during waking life. Right now, you do not experience the outside world directly. Your brain receives signals from your eyes, ears, skin, and body, then turns them into a smooth scene you can understand. Sleep changes the source of the signals. Instead of relying mostly on the outside world, the brain relies more heavily on internal activity. It uses stored patterns, emotional traces, body signals, and memory fragments to create an experience from within. In that sense, dreaming is not a random little movie playing in the background. It is the brain showing you how powerful its reality-making machinery really is. It can create space without space, light without light, movement without moving, and conversation without sound entering the room. It can place you inside a world so convincing that your heart may race, your sadness may deepen, your joy may feel physical, and your fear may wake you before you understand why. And still, these worlds are not meaningless just because they are unstable. They may help the brain process emotional experiences, reorganize memories, test possibilities, and loosen the rigid patterns of waking thought. A dream does not need to predict the future or reveal a hidden prophecy to matter. Sometimes it matters because it shows how the mind digests life when your conscious control has stepped aside. It takes what you have lived and softens it, distorts it, combines it, sometimes protects you from it, sometimes brings it closer. The dream world is not built from nothing. It is built from you, from what you noticed and what you ignored, from what hurt and what remained unfinished, from small images your waking mind barely cared about, yet your sleeping brain kept like scraps of paper in a drawer. And this raises a strange question. If your brain can create an entire world while you sleep, how much of your waking world is also a careful construction? How much of what you call reality is not just what exists, but what your mind has learned to assemble? Dreaming does not make life less real. It makes the mind more mysterious. It reminds you that inside the quiet darkness of sleep, there is not emptiness, but creation. Every night, a hidden theater opens. No audience enters. No camera records it, yet the scenes arrive, vivid and fragile, made only for the one person who can experience them. And when morning comes, most of that world dissolves. The streets vanish, the voices fade, the impossible rooms collapse back into silence. But something remains. The knowledge that even when you are still, even when the world has gone dark, your brain is not gone from reality. It is building, sorting, feeling, remembering, and quietly proving that consciousness is not only something that watches the world. Sometimes it creates one. The strange reason dreams feel real until you wake up. The most unsettling thing about a dream is not that it disappears when you wake up, but that a few seconds earlier, you may have believed it with your entire being. You can stand in a dream beside someone who has been gone for years and feel no confusion. You can accept a house with impossible rooms, a street that turns into a childhood memory, a conversation that changes direction without logic, and still your mind says, yes, this is happening. That is the strange reason dreams feel real until you wake up. While you are inside them, the brain is not simply showing you images. It is temporarily lowering the systems that normally question those images. In waking life, reality is not only built from what you see and hear, it is also checked. Your brain compares the moment against memory, logic, physical rules, social context, and the steady pressure of the outside world. If a chair floats upward, if a stranger turns into your brother, if the sun appears inside a room, your waking mind immediately resists. It asks questions, it tests the scene, it notices contradiction. But during vivid dreaming, especially in REM sleep, that inner examiner can become quieter. The parts of the brain involved in sharp self-monitoring, planning, and critical judgment may not behave the same way they do when you are fully awake. At the same time, emotional and sensory systems can remain intensely active. This creates a powerful imbalance. The dream can feel rich, urgent, colorful, and emotionally true, while the part of you that should say, wait, this cannot be real, is less able to interrupt. In other words, a dream feels real not because it is perfectly realistic, but because your ability to doubt it has been softened. The sleeping brain does not need the dream to obey ordinary rules. It only needs the experience to feel internally convincing, and feelings are persuasive. Fear can make a hallway feel dangerous even if nothing is there. Love can make a face feel familiar even if the details keep changing. Shame can make a tiny mistake feel enormous. Inside a dream, emotion often becomes the glue that holds the scene together. The logic may be weak, but the feeling is strong, and the brain often follows feeling before it follows reason. This is why you can wake from a dream and suddenly see all the impossibilities at once. You wonder how you believed it. You wonder why you did not question the broken timeline, the impossible geography, the person who was somehow two people at once. But the answer is not stupidity. It is state. The waking brain and the dreaming brain are not operating under the same conditions. When you wake, external light enters your eyes. Sound returns with steadier detail. Your body position becomes clear. The room anchors you, and the systems that check reality begin to come back online. The dream is then judged by a different mind than the one that accepted it. That is why the illusion collapses so quickly. It is like reading a sentence in the dark and believing it says one thing, then turning on the light and seeing the letters rearrange themselves into something else. The dream did not need to survive daylight. It only needed to work inside the darkness. There is also another layer. While dreaming, your brain may treat internally generated signals almost like incoming experience. The images are not arriving from the outside world, but they can be processed in ways that resemble perception. This gives dreams their strange immediacy. You are not usually watching them like a film from a safe distance. You are placed inside them. You react before you analyze. Your pulse may rise. Your body may prepare for danger. Your sadness may feel real enough to stay with you after waking. And in that moment, the question becomes deeper. How much of reality depends not only on what is true, but on what the brain is ready to believe? Dreams reveal that belief is not always a conclusion. Sometimes it is the default setting of consciousness. You believe the dream first and only doubt it later. You accept the scene before you inspect it. This does not mean waking life is fake, and it does not mean dreams are secret portals or supernatural messages. It means your sense of reality is an active process, one that depends on attention, memory, bodily signals, external input, and the brain's ability to test its own experience. When those checks shift during sleep, the impossible can become ordinary, and maybe that is why dreams can feel so intimate. They show you a mind without its usual guardrails, a mind that can be convinced by atmosphere, emotion, and narrative momentum. Then morning arrives and the spell breaks. The room returns, the ceiling is still. The person from the dream is not beside you. The impossible city is gone. Yet for a moment, you carry both worlds, the one that fooled you and the one that woke you. And somewhere between them, you learn a quiet truth about yourself. Reality is not only something you enter, it is something your brain must continually recognize, defend, and rebuild every time you open your eyes. Why you forget most dreams within minutes. A dream can vanish faster than a footprint at the edge of the sea, and the strange part is that, for a few seconds after waking, you may know it was enormous. You may feel that something happened to you in the night, something detailed, emotional, almost meaningful. Yet when you reach for it, the images break apart. A face disappears first, then the place, then the reason you were afraid, or happy, or searching for someone. Within minutes, what felt like a complete inner life becomes only a mood with no story attached. This is not because your dreams were empty, and it is not because your brain failed. Dream forgetting is part of how sleep and memory work. During the night, the brain is not always saving experiences the same way it saves waking events. In waking life, memories become stronger when attention, language, emotion, and repeated recall help mark them as important. You notice something, name it, connect it to what came before, and later replay it in thought or conversation. Dreams often do not get that kind of support. They happen while your attention is unstable, your sense of time is loose, and your brain chemistry is different from waking life. Certain chemicals that help the brain stay alert and organize memory are lower during parts of sleep, especially the ones linked with sharp attention and lasting storage. So even if the dream feels vivid while it is happening, it may not be written deeply into memory. It is more like a message traced on fogged glass, visible for a moment, then lost when the temperature changes. This is why the moment of waking matters so much. If you wake directly out of a dream and stay still, the memory may remain for a short time, fragile but reachable. If you move, check your phone, hear a voice, think about the day, or even ask yourself too quickly what you need to do next, the waking world rushes in and overwrites the delicate traces. Your brain begins prioritizing real light, real sound, real tasks, real body position. The dream, which had no physical anchor in the room, begins to lose the competition. It has no object you can point to, no photograph, no scar, no message on a table. It exists only as a temporary pattern in the mind, and unless you rehearse it immediately, it fades. There is also a deeper reason dreams are hard to keep. Many of them are not built like ordinary memories. A waking memory often has a structure. Where you were, what happened first, what happened next, why it mattered. Dreams can be emotionally intense but narratively unstable. They shift scenes without warning. They merge people, places, and motives. They may not have a clean beginning or a clear ending. When you wake, your mind tries to translate that unstable experience into a normal story, but the pieces do not always fit. And when a memory cannot be organized, it becomes harder to store and harder to retrieve. The brain remembers patterns better when they have order. A dream may leave behind feeling before it leaves behind facts. That is why you can wake with sadness and not know why, with fear and no monster, with longing and no face. The emotion survives because emotional traces can be powerful, but the story that carried them may dissolve. In a strange way, dream forgetting protects the border between sleeping and waking life. If every dream stayed with perfect clarity, your mind might become crowded with experiences that never happened in the outer world, but still felt personally real. You would carry false journeys, false conversations, false losses, false dangers, and false reunions with the same weight as yesterday's actual events. Forgetting helps prevent the night from flooding the day. It allows dreams to do some of their hidden work, mixing memory, emotion, and association, without forcing every fragment into your permanent identity. But this does not mean dreams are worthless because they fade. A forgotten dream may still reflect the brain's activity during sleep. It may still participate in emotional processing or memory reorganization without becoming something you can describe at breakfast. Much of the brain's work is silent. You do not remember every heartbeat, every breath, every moment your immune system protects you, yet those processes still matter. Dreaming can be similar. The fact that you forget most of it does not prove nothing happened. It only proves that consciousness and memory are not the same thing. You can experience something and fail to keep it. You can feel something deeply and lose the words for it. And perhaps that is what makes dream forgetting so haunting. It reminds you that your mind contains more life than your memory can hold. Every morning, you wake as the survivor of worlds you cannot fully report. Some vanish completely. Some leave only a color, a pressure in the chest, a strange tenderness towards someone you have not thought about in years. And maybe the purpose is not always to remember the dream, but to notice how delicate remembering really is. Your waking life feels solid partly because memory keeps stitching it together, but sleep shows you the loose threads. It shows you that experience can be bright and temporary, meaningful and unreachable, real to the mind and still lost to the day. So when a dream disappears within minutes, do not think of it only as failure. Think of it as the tide going out. For a moment, the shore was covered with signs. Then the water returned and the signs were gone. But something in you was still touched by them, quietly shaped by a story that did not need to stay in order to pass through you. How your brain builds faces you think you've never seen. Somewhere in a dream, a stranger can look directly at you with a face so specific that it feels impossible for your mind to have invented it. The curve of the mouth, the tiredness around the eyes, the way the person seems familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. It can feel as if your brain has opened a hidden gallery and pulled out someone you have never met. But the truth is more subtle and far more interesting than the old claim that dreams only use faces you have already seen. Science does not prove that every dream face must belong to a real person from your past. What we do know is that the brain is extremely skilled at recognizing, storing, and assembling faces, often without your conscious awareness. All day, you pass through a world crowded with human features. A cashier's expression, a person in traffic, someone in a video thumbnail, an old photograph, a background face in a crowd, a profile you noticed for half a second and then forgot. Your conscious mind may not keep these people as memories, but your visual system can still absorb patterns. The sleeping brain does not need a perfect file labeled with a name. It can work with fragments, one person's eyes, another person's jawline, the posture of someone you once knew, the emotional tone of a face from childhood, the expression of a stranger who looked angry on a train. Then, while you sleep, these pieces can be blended into a new person who feels complete. This is one reason dream faces can seem original. They may not be copied like photographs. They may be constructed like portraits painted from memory, instinct, and emotional need. Your brain has specialized systems for faces because faces are survival information. Long before you understood language, you were reading faces. A calm face meant safety. A tense face meant caution. A loving face meant warmth, food, protection, belonging. The brain learned early that a face is not just a shape. It is a signal. It tells you whether to approach, hide, trust, explain, apologize, or run. So during dreams, when the mind is processing emotion and social memory, faces become powerful tools. A stranger in a dream may not be there because the brain wants to show you a person. That stranger may be there because the brain needs a carrier for a feeling: suspicion, comfort, guilt, attraction, authority, grief. The face becomes the mask emotion wears, so you can experience it as a scene. This is why someone in a dream can feel important, even if you have no idea who they are. The dream may give them a face first, and your mind supplies the importance afterward. There is also something called familiarity without clear memory. You have probably experienced this while awake. Someone looks familiar, but you cannot place them. Your brain recognizes a pattern, but it cannot find the story attached to it. Dreams can intensify this effect. A face may feel known because it resembles many faces at once, or because it carries the emotional signature of someone from your life without matching their actual features. A dream may show you a stranger with your father's seriousness, your friend's sadness, your teacher's authority, or your own fear reflected back through another set of eyes. You wake up thinking, "Who was that?" But the better question may be, what did that face make me feel? The face might not be a hidden person. It might be a doorway into a hidden association. And this reveals something profound about the mind. Recognition is not the same as memory. You can recognize a mood, a threat, a tenderness, a type of gaze, even when you cannot identify the person carrying it. The brain is not a camera storing clean images. It is a pattern machine, constantly comparing what it sees with what it has known before. In dreams, that machine continues working, but without the strict demands of the outside world. It can exaggerate features, simplify them, merge them, or create a face that feels realistic because it follows the rules of human faces closely enough. 2 eyes, a mouth, a certain balance, a certain expression, and suddenly the mind accepts the figure as a person. This is also why faces in dreams can sometimes shift. Someone begins as a stranger, becomes a friend, then somehow is also someone else. The identity in a dream may be less stable than the appearance, because the brain is not always building people from fixed biographies. It is building social meaning. The person is whoever the dream needs them to be in that moment. And when you wake, you may remember the face as if it were a mystery visitor. But it may have been something even stranger. A temporary human form built from the brain's lifelong education in faces. Think about how many faces you have seen without remembering them. Thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. Most are not stored in your conscious life, but they still pass through the machinery that teaches the brain what a face can be. Sleep may draw from that deep reservoir, not always by retrieving exact individuals, but by recombining possibilities. That is why the dream stranger can feel both invented and real. The brain has not created them from emptiness. It has created them from a lifetime of seeing. And perhaps this is what makes dream faces so haunting. They remind you that your mind is carrying more human traces than you can name. People you never spoke to, people you barely noticed, expressions that lasted less than a second. All of them may have shaped the hidden library from which dreams borrow. You are not alone even in your sleep, not because strangers visit you from elsewhere, but because the memory of humanity has left fingerprints inside your perception. So the next time a face appears in a dream and vanishes by morning, do not rush to decide whether you have seen that person before. Maybe you have not. Maybe the face is not a person at all, but a quiet collage of every glance your brain once thought might matter. And in that soft uncertainty, there is something deeply human. The sleeping mind does not only remember the people you know, it remembers the shape of being seen. Why some dreams feel like warnings. A warning dream does not feel like ordinary imagination. It feels like your sleeping mind has touched something before your waking life is ready to admit it. You wake with a tight chest, a strange image still burning behind your eyes. And for a few moments the dream seems less like a story and more like a signal. Maybe you dreamed of losing someone, failing at something, being watched, being chased. missing a train, entering a room you knew you should not enter. Nothing has happened yet, and still your body behaves as if a message has arrived from somewhere deep. This is why some dreams feel like warnings. Not because the brain is secretly seeing the future, but because it is astonishingly good at detecting emotional pressure before your conscious mind has turned it into clear thoughts. While you are awake, you can ignore small signs. You can push away tension in a relationship, pretend a deadline is not frightening you, dismiss a health worry, overlook a subtle change in someone's voice, or keep moving through a situation that already feels wrong beneath the surface. But the sleeping brain is not polite. It does not always respect the stories you tell yourself in daylight. It may take the quiet unease you avoided and give it shape. It may turn uncertainty into a dark road, mistrust into a locked door, guilt into a person staring at you without speaking. The dream feels like a warning because emotion has been translated into scene. The brain is not saying, "This exact event will happen." More often, it is saying, "Something in you has already noticed danger, conflict, pressure, or unfinished meaning." This difference matters. A dream about an accident does not prove an accident is coming. A dream about betrayal does not prove betrayal has happened, but the feeling behind the dream may still be worth listening to, because dreams often borrow from real concerns, recent experiences, and emotional memories. The mind is a prediction machine even when you are awake. It constantly scans the world, compares patterns, estimates risk, and prepares you for possible outcomes. During sleep, that predictive system can continue working in a looser, more symbolic way. It does not write a clean report, it stages a drama. If you have been sensing distance from someone, the dream may create abandonment. If you have been overworked, it may create collapse. If you have been avoiding a choice, it may create a hallway with no exits. The warning is not a prophecy, it is a compression of concern. It is your nervous system speaking in pictures because words were not available, or because you refused them while awake. There is also a reason negative dreams often feel more urgent than pleasant ones. The brain is biased towards survival. For most of human history, missing a threat was more costly than missing a pleasure. A mind that rehearsed danger, even imperfectly, may have been better prepared to respond. Some researchers have suggested that threatening dreams may function like a kind of emotional simulation, a safe inner stage where the brain can practice fear, escape, confrontation, or helplessness without the body actually being in danger. This does not mean every nightmare is useful, and it does not mean terrifying dreams should be romanticized. Repeated nightmares can be exhausting, especially after trauma or chronic stress. But the basic idea helps explain why a dream can feel like an alarm. The brain may be testing possible threats, exaggerating them, and forcing your attention towards something emotionally unresolved. The dream becomes louder than the original worry because subtle anxiety often needs a costume before you notice it. Think of how often people say, "I knew something was wrong," only after an event happens. Sometimes this is hindsight. The mind remembers the few dreams that seemed accurate and forgets the many that led nowhere. This is called a confirmation tendency. You notice the hits and ignore the misses. If you dream of a friend calling and they call the next day, the dream feels supernatural. But you may not remember all the other dreams that never matched anything. Human memory loves meaningful coincidence. It stitches events together after the fact and gives them a pattern. That does not make you foolish. It makes you human. Your brain is built to find connection because connection helps you navigate uncertainty. Still, the fact that some warning dreams are not literal does not make them empty. A dream can be false as a prediction and true as an emotional diagnosis. It can be wrong about the future, but right about your fear. It can invent an event and still reveal what your mind is preparing for, protecting against or struggling to accept. This is where the dream becomes valuable, not as a fortune teller, but as a mirror held at an angle you cannot control. Instead of asking, "Will this happen?" you might ask, "What part of me believes something like this could happen?" Instead of asking, "Is this a message from outside me?" you might ask, "What did my brain select, amplify, and dramatize while I was no longer defending myself?" That question is quieter, but much more useful. It turns the dream from superstition into self-knowledge. And maybe that is the real mystery of warning dreams. They stand between instinct and interpretation. They are not reliable maps of tomorrow, but they can be sensitive readings of what today has done to you. They gather the small tremors you did not name, the tensions you stepped over, the risks you half saw and half denied, and they return them to you as images strong enough to wake you. So when a dream feels like a warning, do not immediately worship it, and do not immediately dismiss it. Hold it gently. Ask what emotion it carried. Ask what waking situation might have fed it. Ask whether it is pointing toward action, reflection, rest, honesty, or simply fear asking to be witnessed. The dream may not know the future, but sometimes it knows what you have been refusing to feel. And in the quiet space between fear and understanding, that may be warning enough. The mystery of recurring dreams. The same dream returning is rarely just a dream repeating itself. It is often the mind returning to the same locked door because, in some quiet way, the door has not opened yet. You may not dream the exact same scene every time. Sometimes the hallway changes, the faces change, the weather changes, the ending changes slightly, yet the emotional shape remains familiar. You are late again. You are unprepared again. You are being followed again. You are back in a place you thought you had left. You are trying to speak, move, escape, explain, find something, reach someone. And once again, the dream brings you to the same pressure point. This is the mystery of recurring dreams. They feel like broken records, but they may be closer to unfinished conversations inside the brain. Not magical messages, not proof that the universe is sending symbols in a secret code, but repeated patterns of emotion, concern, memory, and self-protection that sleep keeps circling because the waking mind has not fully integrated them. In ordinary life, you can move past an issue without resolving it. You can say you are fine while your body remains tense. You can succeed in public while still feeling unprepared inside. You can leave a place physically, but carry its emotional climate for years. Sleep does not always respect the surface story. If something continues to matter beneath awareness, the dreaming mind may return to it, not because it enjoys repetition, but because repetition is one of the brain's oldest ways of learning. A child repeats a movement until balance appears. A musician repeats a passage until the fingers understand. A person repeats a thought when the mind is trying to solve something it cannot yet settle. Recurring dreams may work in a similar emotional language. The brain is not giving you a lecture. It is replaying a pattern until you notice the pattern. This is why so many recurring dreams involve situations where control is missing. Being chased, falling, arriving late, failing an exam, losing teeth, being unable to find a bathroom, being trapped in a building, or searching for someone who never appears. These themes are common not because everyone shares the same hidden destiny, but because human beings share certain pressures. We fear being judged. We fear being exposed. We fear losing control of the body, the future, the people we love, the image we present to the world. A recurring dream takes one of those pressures and turns it into a repeatable stage. The exam dream, for example, may return years after school has ended, not because your brain has forgotten that you graduated, but because the feeling of being tested did not belong only to school. It can attach itself to work, relationships, responsibility, aging, success, or the fear that one day someone will discover you are not as prepared as you appear. The dream uses an old classroom because the emotional pattern fits. The setting is outdated, but the pressure is current. This is one of the most important things to understand about recurring dreams. The surface content may be old, but the emotional engine is often alive now. A childhood house may appear during adult stress. A former friend may appear during loneliness. A repeated chase may grow stronger when you are avoiding a decision. The dream is not always about the literal place or person. It is about the feeling that place or person still carries in your nervous system. And because dreams do not speak in direct explanations, they use emotional shortcuts. Instead of saying, "You feel unprepared for a responsibility," the dream puts you in front of a test you have not studied for. Instead of saying, "You feel unable to confront something," it gives you a pursuer. Instead of saying, "You feel stuck between who you were and who you are becoming," It returns you to a building with rooms you cannot leave. Recurring dreams can also become more frequent during stress because stress narrows the mind's attention toward unresolved threats. When waking life feels overloaded, the brain may keep returning to the same emotional template because that template still feels relevant. But repetition does not always mean damage. Sometimes it means the brain is trying to update an old response. A recurring dream may return for years and then slowly change. You may stop running and turn around. You may find the missing room. You may speak when you used to be silent. You may leave the building. These changes can matter psychologically, not because the dream has supernatural power, but because the dream reflects a shift in how your mind is organizing fear, agency, or memory. In therapy for repeated nightmares, one approach even asks people to rewrite the dream while awake, giving it a new ending and rehearsing that ending repeatedly. The point is not to pretend the dream was meaningless. The point is to teach the brain that the old loop is not the only possible path. This reveals something deeply practical. Recurring dreams are not just things that happen to you. Sometimes they can be worked with. You can write them down, not to decode them like a fortune, but to track what stays the same. What is the repeated emotion? What role are you always placed in? Are you always powerless, late, lost, accused, abandoned, watched, responsible, unable to move? What changes in your life when the dream becomes stronger? What happens when it fades? These questions turn the recurring dream from a mystery into a map of pressure. And yet, there is still something haunting about the fact that the sleeping mind can preserve a scene for years. A dream you had as a child may return in adulthood with the same staircase, the same dark room, the same impossible street. This persistence shows that the brain does not store life as a neat timeline. It stores emotional patterns that can be reactivated when the present resembles the past in feeling, even if the details are completely different. You may think you have moved on because time has passed, but the brain measures distance differently. It asks not only how long ago was it, but does this still feel unresolved? In that sense, a recurring dream is like an echo that keeps finding the same wall. The sound changes slightly each time, but the wall remains. And maybe the goal is not to fear the repetition, but to listen to what it repeats without surrendering to superstition. The dream is not always trying to frighten you. Sometimes it is trying to show you the emotional sentence you keep leaving unfinished. It returns because something in you is asking for completion, or attention, or a new response. When the dream comes again, it may feel like failure, as if you are trapped in the same inner room, but it may also be evidence that the mind has not given up on the possibility of resolution. It keeps staging the scene because some part of you is still available to learn from it. And if one day the dream changes, softens, or disappears, it may not mean the mystery has been solved perfectly. It may simply mean your mind no longer needs that exact image to carry the same weight. The door has not vanished. You have changed in front of it. And sometimes, that is enough for the dream to finally let you pass. Why falling in a dream can wake you up suddenly. The fall that wakes you is one of sleep's smallest explosions, a sudden drop through darkness followed by a violent return to your own body. One moment you are drifting, weightless, almost gone from the room, and the next your leg kicks. Your chest tightens, your hand grips the sheet, and your eyes open as if some hidden alarm has pulled you back from an edge. It can feel dramatic enough to seem mysterious, as though the dream saved you from hitting the ground, or as though your body sensed danger before your mind understood it. But the real explanation is not supernatural, and it is not a sign that something is wrong with you. Most of the time, this sudden waking is linked to a normal sleep phenomenon often called a hypnic jerk or sleep start, a brief, involuntary muscle twitch that happens as the brain and body are crossing from wakefulness into sleep. This borderland is delicate. You are not fully awake anymore, but you are not deeply asleep either. Your muscles begin to relax, your breathing slows, your awareness loosens its grip on the room, and the brain starts changing how it monitors the body. For most people, this transition happens quietly, but sometimes the nervous system misreads the body's relaxation as a loss of balance or a sudden drop. The muscles soften too quickly, the sense of body position shifts, and the brain reacts as if you are falling. It sends a jolt through the body like an emergency correction. You kick, flinch, or gasp awake, and because the mind loves a story, it may wrap that body sensation inside a falling dream. This is the key. Sometimes the dream of falling may not cause the jerk. The jerk and the body's sudden sensation may help create the dream, or shape it in the final seconds before waking. The brain feels the drop, then gives the drop an image. A cliff, a staircase, a hole in the floor, a building edge, a road vanishing under your feet. In the instant between sleep and waking, the mind can turn a physical signal into a scene so quickly that it feels as if the dream came first. This tells us something strange about consciousness. Your brain is constantly interpreting the body, even when the outside world is fading. It does not simply receive sensations, it explains them. If the stomach tightens, the dream may invent fear. If the chest feels heavy, the dream may invent pressure. If the muscles suddenly release, the dream may invent falling. Sleep does not erase the body, it changes the way the body is translated. And falling is one of the most basic translations the nervous system knows. Long before you learned words, long before you understood dreams, your body knew the meaning of losing support. Falling is ancient information. It belongs to balance, gravity, survival, and the deep automatic systems that keep you upright while awake. When you are standing, sitting, walking, or even turning your head, the brain is always combining signals from your inner ear, your eyes, your muscles, and your joints to understand where you are in space. As sleep begins, those signals become quieter or less coordinated. The body is still safe in bed, but the system that monitors position can briefly become confused. The result is a false alarm. Not danger, but the shadow of danger. Not actual falling, but the brain reacting to a state change it has not fully settled into. This is why falling dreams often happen near the beginning of sleep, not after hours of deep dreaming. They belong to the doorway, to that unstable passage where the waking body is being handed over to sleep. They are especially common when the nervous system is overstimulated. If you are exhausted, stressed, anxious, sleep-deprived, full of caffeine, or going to bed after intense activity, the brain may enter sleep unevenly. Part of you is trying to shut down, while another part is still alert, guarded, or charged. The body drops toward rest, but the alarm system has not completely agreed, so it fires, a twitch, a flash of falling, a sudden return. In that sense, the falling dream can be understood as a negotiation between surrender and control. Sleep asks the body to let go. The nervous system, still carrying the day, sometimes refuses quietly and then refuses violently. It pulls you back, not because you are unsafe, but because it has not yet accepted the softness of sleep as safe. This is also why the experience can feel so personal. The fall often happens at the exact moment you are losing conscious control, and the mind can turn that loss into a physical metaphor without needing poetry. To fall is to lose command. To fall is to be unable to stop the direction of your own body, and sleep, in its own gentle way, requires a similar surrender. You cannot force yourself into sleep by gripping harder. You enter it by releasing. But the brain is not always graceful at release. Sometimes it clutches one last time. The jerk is that clutch made physical. The dream is the mind's attempt to give the clutch a world. There is comfort in knowing this. The sudden falling sensation is usually harmless. It does not mean your heart stopped. It does not mean your brain believed you were dying. It does not mean a hidden part of you left your body and snapped back. It is usually a normal misfire at the edge of sleep, a brief burst from a system designed to protect you. Of course, if sudden movements are frequent, violent, injuring you, or severely disrupting sleep, that becomes something worth discussing with a medical professional, because sleep disorders can involve more complex movements. But the ordinary falling jolt that happens now and then is one of the body's common nighttime surprises. It is the nervous system stumbling on the threshold, and perhaps that is what makes it so fascinating. The experience feels like a dramatic event in a dream, yet it begins with something very physical, almost mechanical, inside the sleeping body. A muscle twitch becomes a cliff, A change in balance becomes a plunge. A protective reflex becomes a story. For a second, you witness the mind doing what it always does, turning signals into meaning. Then the room returns. The bed is flat. The floor is still beneath you. Nothing has happened, except that your brain briefly mistook rest for falling and saved you from a danger that was never there. And as you settle back into the pillow, there is a quiet lesson hidden in that jolt. Even sleep is not pure escape. It is a conversation between body and mind, between gravity and imagination, between the ancient fear of falling and the nightly need to let go. You wake because some part of you was still guarding the edge. You sleep again when that guard finally lowers its hand. How nightmares protect the sleeping brain. A nightmare is not always the enemy of sleep. Sometimes it is the sleeping brain pulling a fire alarm inside a building that is not actually burning. It arrives harshly, unfairly, without elegance. A door will not open. A figure moves too close. A place turns unsafe. A normal scene bends into threat. And suddenly the night becomes a private emergency. But beneath the terror, nightmares may reveal one of the brain's oldest protective habits: the need to practice danger before danger arrives, to process fear without waking life being directly at risk, and to test emotional reactions in a world where the body is mostly protected from action. This does not mean nightmares are pleasant or that every nightmare is useful. Frequent, intense nightmares can become exhausting, especially when connected to trauma, anxiety, stress, or poor sleep. But the occasional nightmare may not simply be a malfunction. It may be part of the brain's attempt to understand what frightens you, to rehearse responses, to sort emotional weight, and to decide which fears deserve attention when morning comes. During frightening dreams, your mind can stage danger with astonishing force. The threat may be impossible, exaggerated, or symbolic, but your nervous system responds as if something important is happening. Your heart may beat faster. Your breathing may change. Your attention narrows around escape, hiding, confrontation, helplessness, or survival. This is one reason nightmares feel so powerful. They recruit systems designed for urgency. Fear is not a weak emotion. It is one of the brain's fastest teaching tools. A calm lesson may be forgotten, but a fearful one can leave a deep mark. From a survival perspective, this makes sense. A brain that remembered danger had an advantage. A brain that practiced danger, even in fragments, may have become better at recognizing patterns of risk. Some scientists have proposed that threatening dreams may act like simulations, allowing the mind to run through frightening situations while the body remains safe in bed. In this view, the nightmare is not predicting what will happen. It is training the brain's alarm system, sometimes clumsily, sometimes brutally, by asking, what would you do if you were trapped? What would you do if you were chased? What would you do if someone you trust turned threatening? What would you do if you lost control? The dream does not need to be realistic to activate these questions. It only needs to create the feeling of danger. And feeling, in the brain, is often enough to start learning. But nightmares may protect the sleeping brain in another way, by forcing emotional material to surface when it has become too heavy to remain quiet. During the day, fear can be hidden under tasks, politeness, distraction, entertainment, and routine. You can answer messages, eat dinner, laugh at something, and still carry an unnamed pressure underneath. At night, when the usual distractions fall away, the brain may bring emotional stress into a dream and make it visible. It may not do this gently. It may turn stress into pursuit, grief into darkness, guilt into exposure, uncertainty into a place with no map. The nightmare becomes a harsh translator. It takes a feeling that had no clean sentence and gives it a scene. That scene can wake you because the brain has crossed a threshold. The emotional intensity has become too high to stay contained inside sleep. Waking then can be protective too. It pulls you out before the fear grows further. It returns you to the room, the blanket, the ordinary world, where the nervous system can slowly learn that the danger is not present. This contrast matters. The nightmare says threat. The room says safe. And over time, the brain may learn from that difference. This is close to how emotional regulation often works. Not by erasing fear, but by placing fear in a context where it can be felt and survived. A nightmare can be like exposure without consent, and that is why it can be distressing. But in milder forms, the mind may use dream fear to revisit emotional material in a contained space. The problem comes when the system gets stuck. If nightmares repeat too often, if they keep reopening the same wound without resolution, they may stop being protective and become part of the injury. This is especially true after trauma, where the nightmare may not process fear so much as reactivate it. A healthy alarm warns you and then quiets down. A damaged alarm keeps ringing after the danger has passed. That distinction is important because it keeps us honest. We should not romanticize suffering at night. Not every frightening dream is wisdom. Not every nightmare is healing. But neither should we dismiss nightmares as meaningless chaos. They can show us what the brain considers urgent. They can reveal which fears have been tagged as important, which memories still carry heat, which situations have left the nervous system watchful. The nightmare is often less like a monster and more like an overprotective guard. Loud, primitive, sometimes wrong, but trying to keep something alive. Even its exaggerations may have a purpose. A small social fear becomes public humiliation. A quiet worry becomes disaster. A minor conflict becomes pursuit. This exaggeration can seem irrational, but the brain often uses intensity to mark importance. It turns the volume up so you cannot miss the signal, yet the signal should be interpreted carefully. If you dream of being attacked, the lesson is not necessarily that someone will attack you. It may be that your boundaries feel weak, your stress feels invasive, your body is tired of staying alert, or your mind is rehearsing vulnerability. If you dream of being trapped, it may not mean you are literally trapped. It may mean your brain is modeling the feeling of having too few options. The nightmare protects not by telling literal truth, but by revealing emotional urgency. And perhaps this is why nightmares can stay with you after waking more strongly than ordinary dreams. The brain treats fear like a high-priority message. It does not let it dissolve easily. You wake, and even when the room is quiet, the emotional echo remains. That echo can be uncomfortable, but it can also invite reflection. What fear did the dream choose? What role did it give you? Were you running, hiding, fighting, freezing, searching, calling for help? The role matters because nightmares often reveal not only what scares you, but how your mind believes you are able to respond, and that can become useful. A nightmare may show you where you feel powerless. It may show you where you need safety, rest, boundaries, support, or honesty. It may show you that your brain has been carrying more alarm than your waking personality wants to admit. So the strange protection of nightmares is not that they spare you from fear. They do the opposite. They bring fear close, sometimes too close, and force the sleeping mind to confront its shape. They remind the brain how danger feels, how escape feels, how helplessness feels, how relief feels when waking finally comes. And when the nightmare ends, there is a small but powerful lesson hidden in the return. You were terrified, and yet you came back. The threat rose and the room remained. The mind screamed and the body survived. In that quiet aftershock, as your breathing slows and darkness becomes only darkness again, the sleeping brain may have done something ancient and imperfect. It may have practiced fear so waking life could carry it with a little more awareness. It may have turned pain into a signal, threat into rehearsal, terror into information. And while no one would ask for nightmares, their existence suggests that even in its most frightening hours, the mind may still be trying, in its rough and shadowed way, to protect you. Why you sometimes know you're dreaming. The dream betrays itself through one impossible detail, and suddenly a hidden part of you wakes up without opening your eyes. Maybe a light switch refuses to work. A clock shows symbols instead of time. A familiar room has the wrong window, or a person speaks with a certainty that makes no sense. For most of the dream, you accepted everything. You moved through the scene as if it were life. But then something inside you pauses. Not the body, not the eyes, not the sleeping room around you, but a small reflective awareness inside the dream itself. It asks the forbidden question, am I dreaming? That moment is strange because it feels like consciousness splitting into two layers. One layer continues to experience the dream, surrounded by its images, emotions, and events. The other layer steps back just enough to recognize the frame around it. You are still asleep, but you are no longer fully deceived. This is why you sometimes know you are dreaming. The sleeping mind is not a single switch turned off or on. It has levels. Parts of the brain can remain immersed in the dream, while other parts briefly regain the ability to monitor, question, and recognize the experience as internally generated. In ordinary dreaming, you usually lack this reflective distance. You do not ask why the street changes behind you or why a dead person is alive again. But in a lucid moment, the mind regains a form of metacognition, which simply means awareness of your own mental state. You are not only seeing the dream, you are noticing that you are seeing it. This does not always mean you can control the dream. That is a common misunderstanding. Knowing you are dreaming and controlling what happens are not the same thing. Sometimes the realization is gentle and brief. You think, this is a dream, and then the dream swallows you again. Sometimes the realization is exciting enough to wake you. Sometimes you remain inside the scene, aware but unstable, like someone balancing on a thin bridge between sleep and waking. The reason this can happen may have to do with the way awareness returns unevenly during sleep. During certain dream states, especially vivid ones, emotional and sensory experience can be strong, but full waking style reasoning is usually reduced. Yet the brain is not perfectly uniform. Small islands of self-reflection can appear. A mismatch becomes too obvious. A memory from waking life slips in. The dream violates its own rules too strongly. Or you have been thinking about dreams often enough while awake that the question carries into sleep. The mind notices a flaw in the illusion, and that flaw becomes a doorway. This is different from simply waking up. In full waking, the dream collapses and the room returns. In lucid dreaming, the room does not return immediately. The dream continues, but your relationship to it changes. You become both participant and witness. You may still feel the ground beneath your dream feet, still hear voices, still see the invented space around you, but now you know the source is not the outer world. And that knowledge changes the emotional texture of the experience. Fear may soften because you understand the monster cannot harm your physical body. Wonder may increase because the scene becomes a living demonstration of the mind's creative power. Curiosity may replace confusion. You may look at your own hands, touch a wall, or speak to a dream character, not because you believe it is ordinary life, but because you realize you are inside a rare state where experience continues after disbelief has begun. One of the most fascinating things about this state is that it shows how flexible consciousness really is. We often imagine awareness as simple. Awake means aware, asleep means unaware. But lucid dreaming proves the boundary is more delicate. You can be asleep and still know something about your condition. You can be inside an illusion and recognize it as an illusion without destroying it immediately. You can stand in a world made by the brain and become aware of the making. This is not supernatural, but it is deeply mysterious. It suggests that the sense of I am here can survive in more than one form. In waking life, that sense is anchored to the body, the room, the clock, the world outside. In lucid dreaming, the anchor shifts. You know the body is somewhere else, lying still, yet you also feel present in the dream. Presence becomes portable. The self is no longer tied only to the physical scene. It can appear inside a mental one and still say, I know what this is. Lucid moments can happen spontaneously, but they may be more likely in people who remember dreams often, reflect on them, or habitually question their experience. This is because the brain learns patterns of attention. If you spend waking life noticing the difference between appearance and reality, that habit may sometimes enter sleep. But even without practice, the dream itself can trigger awareness. A contradiction may become too strong to ignore. You may see someone impossible, breathe underwater, read a sentence that changes every time you look, or feel the odd instability of the dream world. The mind detects an error, and instead of smoothing it over, it wakes up inside the error. That is the fragile miracle. Lucidity is born from a crack in the dream's certainty. And yet, the moment is often unstable because the brain is trying to maintain two states at once. the vividness of dreaming, and the reflective awareness of waking. Too much excitement can end the dream. Too little awareness can pull you back into ordinary dreaming. The lucid dreamer must often remain calm, not because calmness is mystical, but because strong arousal can push the brain toward waking. The state survives in balance. It is a candle flame between two winds. One wind is sleep, trying to absorb you back into the story. The other is waking, trying to pull you out completely. When the flame holds, even briefly, you experience one of the strangest forms of human consciousness. You know the world around you is not real in the usual sense, yet it still appears, still moves, still responds. You know you are asleep, yet you are thinking. You know the body is safe, yet the dream can still touch emotion. And when you finally wake, the memory may leave behind a question that is larger than the dream itself. If the mind can become aware inside a dream, how often in waking life do you move through other kinds of dreams without noticing them? Habits, fears, assumptions, identities you accepted before you questioned them. Lucid dreaming does not prove waking life is false, but it does teach a quieter lesson. Awareness is not just the ability to experience. It is the ability to recognize the condition of experience. To wake inside a dream is to discover that knowing can arrive before escape. You do not have to leave the illusion to begin seeing it. Sometimes, the first freedom is simply realizing where you are. The hidden science behind lucid dreams. Lucid dreaming sounds like a secret door in the mind, but science began taking it seriously when dreamers learned to signal from inside sleep without waking up. That is the hidden science behind lucid dreams. Not just the strange feeling of knowing you are dreaming, but the fact that this awareness can sometimes be measured, studied, and connected to real changes in the sleeping brain. For a long time, lucid dreams were treated like personal stories. Interesting, but difficult to prove. After all, if someone wakes up and says, "I knew I was dreaming," how can anyone outside their mind confirm it? The breakthrough came from a simple but elegant idea. During REM sleep, most of the body is deeply relaxed, but the eyes can still move. Researchers asked trained lucid dreamers to make specific eye movements once they became aware inside the dream, such as looking left and right in a planned pattern. Later, when the sleep recordings were examined, those signals appeared during REM sleep. The dreamer was still asleep, yet they had followed an instruction from inside the dream world. In that moment, lucid dreaming stopped being only a mystical claim and became something stranger, a bridge between the private theater of the mind and the measurable world of the laboratory. The sleeping person could not speak, could not sit up, could not write a message, but through the eyes they could say, "I am here, and I know I am dreaming." This matters because it reveals lucid dreaming as a hybrid state. It is not ordinary waking, and it is not ordinary dreaming. It sits between them, borrowing the vivid imagery and emotional immersion of dreaming, while allowing a certain kind of reflective awareness to return. In normal dreams, the mind often accepts the scene without questioning it. In lucid dreams, some self-monitoring comes back online. Brain studies suggest that areas involved in attention, self-reflection, and higher-level awareness may become more active during lucid dreaming than during typical REM dreams, though the exact pattern is complex and not identical in every person. The important point is not that the whole brain wakes up, because it does not. The body remains asleep, the dream continues, and the outer world is still mostly disconnected. But a small inner light turns on. The brain begins to hold two truths at once. This is a dream, and I am experiencing it now. That combination is rare because sleep usually protects itself from this kind of awareness. If too much waking consciousness enters, you wake up. If too little enters, you lose lucidity and fall back into the story. A stable lucid dream is like a balance point. Enough awareness to recognize the dream, enough sleep to keep the dream alive. This is why excitement often destroys it. Many people become lucid, feel a rush of amazement, and immediately wake up. The nervous system becomes too activated and the delicate state breaks. Experienced lucid dreamers often learn to calm themselves, focus on simple sensations, look at their hands, touch a surface, or slow their breathing inside the dream. Not because these actions are magical, but because attention can help stabilize the experience. The science also shows that lucid dreaming is not equally common for everyone. Some people experience it naturally, even as children. Others rarely or never do. Dream recall, sleep timing, personality traits, meditation habits, and deliberate training may all influence the chances. Techniques such as reality testing, where you repeatedly ask yourself during the day whether you are dreaming, are based on the idea that habits of awareness can carry into sleep. Another method, often used after waking briefly during the night, involves returning to sleep with the intention to recognize the next dream. These methods can help some people, but they are not guaranteed, and they should not be treated like instant keys to the mind. Lucid dreaming depends on sleep quality, timing, attention, and individual brain differences. It also has limits. It is not a proven shortcut to unlimited creativity, perfect healing, or supernatural knowledge. It does not mean the dream is a separate dimension, and it does not mean every dream character has an independent mind. The dream remains a product of the sleeping brain, even when you become aware inside it. But that does not make it less fascinating. In fact, it makes it more fascinating. The brain can create a world, place you inside it, and then allow you to recognize that the world is self-generated while you are still experiencing it. This is consciousness folding back on itself. It is the mind becoming both the stage and the witness, both the weather and the one watching the weather change. Lucid dreams are also important because they challenge the simple division between control and experience. People often imagine that lucidity means commanding the dream like a movie director, but many lucid dreams are only partly controllable. You may decide to fly and fail. You may ask a dream figure a question and receive an answer you did not expect. You may change a scene for a moment only for the dream to shift in its own direction. This suggests that lucid dreaming is not full control over the unconscious mind. It is more like entering a conversation with systems that normally work beneath awareness. You can influence the dream, but you do not author every detail consciously. The dream still has momentum. It still has hidden machinery. It can surprise you because much of the brain's creative work happens before the conscious you catches up. That is one of the quiet lessons lucid dreaming teaches. Even when you gain awareness, you do not gain total ownership. The self is not the entire mind. It is a small illuminated room inside a much larger house. Some researchers are also interested in whether lucid dreaming can help with nightmares, especially when a person learns to recognize the nightmare as a dream and respond differently. For some, this may reduce fear or create a sense of agency. Though it is not a universal cure, and serious recurring nightmares, especially after trauma, may need professional support. Still, the possibility is meaningful. If the brain can wake slightly inside fear, it may learn a new relationship to fear. It may discover that awareness can change the emotional direction of a dream, even if it cannot erase the source of pain, and that possibility reaches beyond sleep. Lucid dreaming is not only about doing impossible things in a private world. It is about discovering how awareness changes experience. Inside a dream, the monster may still appear, the room may still bend, the sky may still move strangely, but the sentence, "This is a dream," changes everything. It does not remove the image. It changes your relationship to the image, and perhaps this is why lucid dreaming feels so powerful to people who experience it. It gives them a direct lesson in the difference between being trapped inside a story and knowing a story is happening. The science does not need to exaggerate this. The truth is already remarkable enough. A sleeping brain can generate a world, maintain a body at rest, create emotion, simulate space, and then allow a spark of self-awareness to rise inside that simulation. A person can lie silent in a bed and, through tiny planned eye movements, prove that some part of them is awake within the dream. When morning comes, the dream may fade, but the question remains. If awareness can appear even inside sleep, how many other moments in life are waiting for the same recognition? Maybe lucidity is not only a dream skill. Maybe it is a reminder that consciousness becomes deeper whenever it notices the frame around experience. And in that soft recognition, whether asleep or awake, the mind does something quietly extraordinary. It stops being only carried by the world it sees and begins for a moment to understand that it is seeing. Why time feels different inside dreams. A dream can make a short night feel as if it contained a hidden second life, not because time has broken, but because your brain has stopped using the usual anchors that make time feel steady. In waking life, time is held in place by many small signals you barely notice. The brightness of the room, the order of tasks, the movement of your body, the pressure of appointments, the clock on a wall, the sound of traffic changing outside, the fact that one event must usually finish before the next one begins. These signals keep your experience tied to a shared timeline. But inside a dream, many of those anchors are missing or unstable. You may not check a clock. You may not feel your body lying still in bed. You may not notice how one location became another. You may begin in a kitchen, step through a door, and suddenly be years younger, in a different country, speaking to someone who should not be there. The dream does not always show you the travel between moments. It edits, it jumps, it skips the boring parts that waking life cannot skip. And when you wake, your mind tries to estimate how long the dream lasted by measuring how much seemed to happen, not by measuring actual time. This is one of the main reasons time feels different inside dreams. Duration is not only counted, it is interpreted. If a dream contains many scenes, strong emotions, sudden changes, and a sense of personal importance, the waking mind may judge it as long, even if the actual dreaming period was much shorter. But the opposite can also happen. A dream that lasted several minutes may feel like only a flash if it had little structure, little memory, or no emotional weight. Your sense of dream time is not a perfect recording. It is a reconstruction made after the fact, using story density as evidence. This matters because many people believe dreams can contain entire years in a few seconds. The truth is more careful and more interesting. Scientific studies with lucid dreamers, people who know they are dreaming while the dream continues, suggest that some actions in dreams can take roughly similar amounts of time to waking actions, especially simple counting. Other actions, especially physical movements, may take longer inside the dream. So dream time is not pure magic. It is not completely detached from brain activity. But it is also not experienced like waking time, because dreams do not always obey the same rules of attention, memory, sequence, and bodily feedback. In daily life, time stretches when you are afraid, shrinks when you are absorbed, slows during waiting, and disappears during deep focus. That means even waking time is not as stable as it feels. Dreams simply reveal this instability more dramatically. When you are dreaming, attention can be captured by emotion rather than by sequence. A few seconds of fear can feel wide and heavy because the brain treats threat as urgent. A moment of longing can feel like it has a past behind it, even if the dream invented that past instantly. A stranger may seem to have years of history with you because the dream gives you the feeling of history without showing you the events. This is one of the strangest tricks of dream time. The brain can create not just a scene, but a sense that something has already happened. You may wake from a dream believing you were on a long journey, yet when you examine it, you remember only fragments. A road, a room, a conversation, a final emotion. The length was partly implied. The dream gave you emotional evidence of duration. It made you feel as if time had passed. In waking life, memory usually helps keep time organized. You remember breakfast before lunch, yesterday before today, childhood before adulthood. In dreams, memory can be looser. A dream can place you inside the middle of a situation and quietly hand you a false backstory. You know you are supposed to meet someone. You know you are late. You know the place matters. Even though none of that was explained, the dream begins with context already installed. This makes dream time feel thick, as if the moment contains a hidden history. It is similar to opening a book in the middle and somehow already feeling the weight of the previous chapters. The brain does not need to play every chapter. It only needs to give you the feeling that they exist. This is why a dream can feel longer than its remembered content. It carries implied time, it carries emotional time, it carries the illusion of a before and after, even when the actual sequence is broken. Another reason dream time feels strange is that the body is not giving the same feedback it gives when you are awake. When you walk in real life, your muscles, joints, balance system, and breathing all help mark the passage of time. Movement has effort, distance has resistance. In a dream, movement can happen without ordinary physical cost. You can cross a city without fatigue, climb stairs without counting steps, or arrive somewhere without traveling. Because the body is not moving through the world in the usual way, the brain has fewer physical measurements for duration. It must rely more on narrative, emotion, and change. And change is not the same as time. A dream can change very quickly and feel long because many transformations occurred. Or it can remain still and feel timeless because nothing gives the mind a reason to count. This is why dream time often feels less like a straight road and more like a room whose walls keep shifting. You are not watching minutes pass. You are moving through states. Fear becomes escape. Escape becomes memory. Memory becomes a new place. A question becomes an ending. The dream may not care whether these changes took seconds or minutes because its purpose is not to keep a schedule. It is to create an experience powerful enough for the sleeping mind to inhabit. When morning comes, the waking brain tries to translate that experience back into ordinary time, and the translation is imperfect. You ask, how long was I dreaming? But the dream did not necessarily store itself in hours and minutes. It stored itself in intensity, sequence fragments, and emotional turns. The result can feel impossible. A dream that seems to have lasted all night may have belonged to a shorter period near waking, while a long stretch of sleep may leave behind only a tiny image. This does not make the dream fake. It shows that time, as you feel it, depends on attention and memory as much as on clocks. And perhaps this is the deeper lesson hidden inside dream time. You think of time as something outside you, something hard and objective, moving whether you notice it or not. And in the physical world, clocks do keep moving. But your lived experience of time is softer. It expands when the mind is full. It contracts when memory is thin. It bends around fear, desire, boredom, focus, grief, and wonder. Dreams do not invent this truth. They expose it. They remove the clock from the wall and show you what the mind does when it must create duration from feeling alone. So when you wake from a dream that seemed to last for hours, do not rush to call it impossible. And do not rush to believe that your brain secretly lived a whole lifetime in one instant. The truth is quieter and more revealing. The sleeping mind can create the impression of time by arranging emotion, memory, and change into a story that feels already lived. It can give one moment a past, one image a history, one feeling a horizon. Then you wake, and the clock says only a little time has passed. But inside you, something wider seems to have moved. That is the mystery of dream time. Not that it destroys reality, but that it shows how much of time is carried by consciousness itself. How dreams turn memories into strange stories. A dream can take yesterday's smallest moment and disguise it so completely that you only recognize it by the feeling it leaves behind. You might pass a cafe in the afternoon, hear a sentence you barely notice, feel a brief embarrassment, remember an old place for half a second, and then go on with your day as if nothing important happened. But at night, the mind may return to those tiny pieces, not as a clean replay, not as a faithful recording, but as raw material. The cafe becomes a train station. The sentence becomes an argument. The old place becomes a building with endless rooms. The embarrassment becomes a search, a delay, a locked door, a person waiting for an answer you cannot give. This is how dreams turn memories into strange stories. The sleeping brain does not simply open yesterday's files and play them back. It reactivates fragments, loosens them from their original context, mixes them with older memories, and links them through emotion rather than ordinary logic. During sleep, the brain is thought to help stabilize and reorganize memories. Experiences from waking life do not all remain in the same fragile form. Some details weaken, some meanings become stronger, some pieces are connected to older knowledge, Some emotional material is softened, intensified, or moved into a new frame. Dreaming may reflect part of this behind-the-scenes work, like seeing sparks from a machine that is operating in the dark. The strange story is not random in the simple sense. It may look chaotic because the brain is not organizing it for an audience. It is not trying to produce a clear plot. It is sorting, testing, blending, and associating. Your waking mind values sequence. First this happened, then that happened, and because of that, something followed. The dreaming mind often values association. This feeling resembles that place. This face carries that tension. This sound belongs with that fear. This old memory fits the emotional color of today. The result is a story that would fail as a diary, but succeed as a map of hidden connections. A person from childhood appears in a modern office because the brain is not asking, did these events happen together? It may be asking, do these emotions belong together? A room from a school becomes connected to a current responsibility because both carry the feeling of being evaluated. A stranger speaks with the emotional weight of someone you know because the dream is using role, pressure, and atmosphere more than literal identity. This is why dreams can feel bizarre and yet personally meaningful. They are built from broken realism and emotional accuracy. They get the facts wrong, but sometimes they preserve the pressure. One important part of this process is that memory itself is not a perfect archive. Even while awake, remembering is an active act. You do not pull the past from a shelf unchanged. You reconstruct it with the help of current mood, expectation, knowledge, and context. Sleep seems to push this reconstruction into a more fluid state. The brain can place recent memories beside older ones that share a similar theme, almost as if it is asking whether the new experience belongs inside an existing pattern. This may help explain why dreams often include day residue, small traces from recent life, but rarely in plain form. You may not dream directly about the message you received, but you may dream about being unable to respond. You may not dream about the exact conversation that bothered you, but you may dream about a room where everyone knows something you do not. The memory has been transformed from event into emotional structure. And once memory becomes structure, the dream can build around it. It can invent characters, locations, obstacles, and endings that were never part of real life, because the brain is working with meaning rather than accuracy. This does not mean every dream has a hidden message waiting to be decoded. Many dream elements may be incidental, produced by loose association, body sensations, or the brain's spontaneous activity during sleep. But it does mean the strangeness is not empty. A dream's weirdness can come from the way memory networks overlap. Think of your mind not as a library with separate books, but as a city at night, where one lit window can illuminate a street, and that street can lead to another neighborhood. And suddenly a memory from 10 years ago is glowing beside something that happened yesterday. The path may not make sense by daylight, but inside the network, it follows connections your conscious mind rarely sees. This is especially true when emotion is involved. Emotional memories often have stronger tags. The brain treats them as important because they may affect survival, belonging, identity, or future decisions. During sleep, emotionally charged material may be more likely to be woven into dream content, not always because the brain wants to frighten or comfort you, but because emotion helps decide what deserves processing. A neutral detail may vanish. A charged detail may return wearing a costume. That costume is the dream story. And because the brain is free from the strict demands of waking reality, it can exaggerate relationships between memories. It can put your boss in your childhood home, your friend in a hospital, your old school inside a forest, your current fear inside an ancient-looking hallway. These combinations are not mistakes in the way a broken machine makes mistakes. They are more like experiments. The brain asks, what belongs with what? What can be learned if these pieces are placed together? What feeling appears when this memory touches that one? In this way, dreams may support a kind of mental flexibility. They allow memories to be rearranged beyond their original containers. That rearrangement can be confusing, but it may also help the mind discover connections. This is why a dream can sometimes make you wake with a new perspective, not because it delivered a perfect answer, but because it broke the old arrangement of thought. It placed distant pieces beside each other and let the emotional meaning change. Still, there is a delicate danger in overinterpreting. Because dreams use memory fragments, they can feel more intentional than they are. A random combination can look like a symbol. A familiar face can seem like a message. A strange setting can feel like a prophecy. The better approach is not to ask, what does every object mean? But, what memories might be touching here, and what feeling connects them? That question keeps the dream grounded. It respects the science without flattening the mystery. It lets the dream be neither nonsense nor magic, but a glimpse of memory in motion. And perhaps that is the most beautiful part. Every night, the mind takes the life you lived and quietly edits it, not to deceive you, but to keep you adaptable. It removes some edges, strengthens some links, tests old emotions against new events, and turns ordinary fragments into scenes that feel impossible. The dream story may be strange because the work beneath it is strange. A living brain trying to decide what to keep, what to loosen, what to connect, and what to let fade. When you wake, you may remember only a few pieces. A corridor, a voice, a feeling that outlasts the image. But those pieces are traces of a deeper labor. Your mind was not simply wandering, it was taking the raw material of your days and folding it into the long, unfinished story of who you are becoming. And maybe that is why dream stories can be so strange and still feel so close to the truth. They do not show life exactly as it happened. They show life as the sleeping brain is trying to understand it. Why your emotions are stronger in dreams. The emotion in a dream can be so intense that the scene itself almost becomes secondary, as if the brain cares less about what is happening than about how strongly you are feeling it. You might wake from a simple dream with your heart heavy, not because anything dramatic occurred, but because the sadness inside it felt larger than the event. You might feel love for someone you barely saw, guilt over something that never happened, fear without a clear danger, or grief so sudden that it seems to come from a deeper room than ordinary thought. This is one reason dreams can leave such a strong mark. During sleep, especially in vivid dreaming, emotion is often not filtered, negotiated, or softened in the same way it is during waking life. When you are awake, feelings are constantly being managed by context. You remind yourself where you are. You compare the emotion to facts. You distract yourself, explain it, hide it, reduce it, or translate it into socially acceptable behavior. If you feel anger in a meeting, another part of you says, stay calm. If you feel fear while watching a film, another part says, this is not real. If you feel sadness while walking outside, the world around you keeps interrupting it with light, traffic, voices, tasks, and the simple pressure of needing to continue. But in a dream, many of those balancing forces are weaker. The emotional brain can become highly active, while the systems that normally regulate, question, and organize feeling may not have the same control they have during the day. The result is not just a story with emotion inside it. The result is emotion shaping the story from the beginning. A small discomfort can become an entire atmosphere. A quiet longing can turn a stranger into someone who feels essential. A trace of shame can become a scene where everyone is watching. The dream does not always ask whether the feeling is proportional. It simply gives the feeling a world big enough to live in. This is why dream emotions can feel purer, sharper, and less diluted than waking emotions. They are not competing with ordinary reality in the same way. There is no inbox, no schedule, no polite mask, no need to explain yourself to another person. The feeling arrives and the dream bends around it. In that sense, the emotional intensity of dreams teaches something important about the brain. Feelings are not just reactions to events, they can be organizing forces. In waking life, you often believe that something happens first and emotion follows. But in dreams, it can feel as if the emotion comes first, and the event is built afterward to justify it. You feel unsafe, and the dream creates a narrow street. You feel exposed, and the dream creates a crowd. You feel abandoned, and the dream creates distance. You feel tenderness, and the dream places someone beside you. The sleeping mind may be less interested in literal truth than in emotional coherence. It asks, what image matches this feeling? What situation would make this inner state visible? And because the usual limits are loosened, the answer can be exaggerated, strange, or painfully direct. This does not mean every dream emotion reveals a hidden truth in a simple way. Sometimes feelings in dreams are amplified by stress, poor sleep, bodily discomfort, or random associations. Sometimes the intensity is real, but the meaning is uncertain. A dream can make you furious at someone who did nothing wrong, or make you miss someone you do not truly want back, or make you fear something that is not actually dangerous. The feeling is real as an experience, but that does not mean its target is accurate. This distinction matters. Dreams are honest about emotional energy, but not always honest about emotional facts. They can show that your nervous system is carrying fear, desire, pressure, or sadness, but they may attach those feelings to the wrong person or scene. The dream is not a courtroom. It is closer to a weather system. It shows what is moving through you, but not always why. One of the reasons this weather can be so strong is that sleep is deeply involved with emotional memory. The brain does not only store events, it also stores how events felt. A moment of rejection, relief, embarrassment, excitement, or comfort can leave behind an emotional trace, and during sleep those traces may become active again. But when they return in dreams, they do not need to bring the original event with them. The feeling can detach from its source and find a new setting. That is why you may wake with an emotion that seems older than the dream itself. The dream may have borrowed the feeling from somewhere else in your life and dressed it in a new scene. In waking life, you might say, "I do not know why that affected me so much." In dreaming, the mind does not always explain. It dramatizes. It lets the emotional residue speak through images. And because the body is also part of dreaming, these emotions can feel physical. Fear can tighten the chest. Desire can feel warm. Shame can make you shrink. Grief can feel like weight. Even though the body is lying in bed, the brain can still create bodily states that make the emotion feel immediate. This is part of why dream feelings can survive after waking. The scene fades, but the body remembers the charge. You may know intellectually that nothing happened, yet your mood remains altered because your nervous system has just lived through something. The strange lesson is that the brain does not treat emotion as imaginary simply because the event was dreamed. If the emotional circuits were activated, if the body responded, if the memory trace was stirred, then the experience leaves a real after effect. Not because the dream was a real external event, but because the feeling was real inside you. And perhaps that is why emotional dreams can be so revealing. They show how much of your inner life is held below the surface of ordinary language. During the day, you may compress yourself into sentences. I am fine, I am tired, I am busy, I am over it. But at night, the mind may refuse those simple labels. It may show that tiredness contains resentment, that missing someone contains anger, that fear contains love, that calmness contains avoidance, that a memory you thought was neutral still has a pulse. Dreams intensify emotions because they remove the daily editing that keeps you functional. They let feelings appear before they have been made reasonable. This can be uncomfortable, but it can also be clarifying. Not because every dream should be obeyed, but because every strong dream emotion is worth approaching with curiosity. Instead of asking, "Why did I dream this exact thing?" you might ask, "What emotion became too loud to ignore?" Instead of asking, "Does this mean something will happen?" you might ask, "What feeling has been asking for space?" That question keeps you grounded and open at the same time. It allows the dream to be scientifically understandable and personally meaningful without turning it into superstition. In the end, your emotions may be stronger in dreams because sleep changes the balance between feeling and control, memory and imagination, body and story. The dream gives emotion more room than waking life usually allows. It lets a small inner signal become a landscape. It lets a quiet ache become a scene. It lets fear, love, shame, longing, and grief speak in their own strange grammar. And when you wake, you return to a world with walls, clocks, names, and facts. But for a moment, the feeling remains, standing at the edge of the day like a visitor from somewhere deeper. It may not tell you exactly what to believe. It may not tell you what to do. but it tells you that something moved inside you while you slept. And sometimes, that is the most honest thing a dream can give. Not an answer, but a feeling strong enough to make you listen. The reason dreams can feel more real than reality. Realness is not always the same as accuracy, and a dream can feel more real than reality because the sleeping brain can strip experience down to its strongest signal and remove almost everything that normally weakens it. In waking life, reality is full of friction. Your attention is divided between the room, your phone, your body, background noise, small discomforts, doubts, social rules, unfinished tasks, and the endless ordinary details that make the world feel stable but also diluted. Even a powerful moment in real life has interruptions. A beautiful view may be weakened by a notification. A painful conversation may be softened by the need to act normal. A memory may be interrupted by traffic, hunger, fatigue, or the simple fact that the world keeps moving. But in a dream, the mind can place you inside one emotional and sensory tunnel with almost no competition. The scene may be impossible, but your attention is total. There is no outside room demanding comparison, no clock pulling you forward, no phone glowing beside the experience, no need to maintain a public version of yourself. The dream becomes the only available world, and because it is the only world, it can feel strangely absolute. This is one reason some dreams feel more real than reality. They are not richer in factual detail, but more concentrated. They do not have to include the full mess of life. They can take one fear, one desire, one memory trace, one unresolved feeling, and wrap the entire environment around it. Waking reality is wide, dream reality is focused, and focus can feel like truth. The brain also does something subtle during vivid dreaming. It can create a sense of perception without needing the outside world to supply it. During REM sleep, parts of the brain involved in sensory experience can become active, and the thalamus, a major relay station for sensory information, can help feed the cortex with internally generated images, sounds, and bodily feelings. You are not seeing with open eyes, yet visual regions can help produce the experience of seeing. You are not hearing a real voice in the room, yet the mind can create the impression of sound. You are not walking across a real floor, yet the dream can give you the feeling of space, distance, and presence. The result is not a weak thought. It can feel like an event. And because the body is lying still, protected from most outside demands, the dream can become immersive in a way waking life rarely is. Waking perception must constantly adjust to new information. A sound comes from the left, a shadow moves, someone interrupts, your body shifts, and the brain updates the scene. Dreams are freer from this constant correction. The mind can hold a mood without the world contradicting it. If the dream says a place is sacred, the whole place can feel sacred. If the dream says someone matters, they may arrive already filled with meaning. If the dream says danger is near, the air itself can seem dangerous. This does not make the dream more true. It makes it more unified. And unity can be mistaken for reality because the waking world is rarely unified. Real life is full of mixed signals. You can love someone and be tired of them. You can feel safe and anxious in the same room. You can be happy and distracted at once. Dreams often remove that complexity and let one tone dominate. That single tone can feel purer than ordinary experience, as if life has finally stopped mumbling and started speaking in one clear voice. Another reason dreams can feel more real is that they often lack the dull background of ordinary existence. Real life contains 1,000 neutral moments, waiting for water to boil, adjusting a sleeve, rereading a message, stepping around a chair, forgetting why you entered a room. Dreams tend to compress or skip this neutral tissue. They move from meaningful point to meaningful point, leaving out the boring connective material that makes waking life believable, but less intense. So when you remember the dream, it may feel like reality without emptiness, a world where every object seemed placed for a reason, every face carried a charge, every hallway led somewhere psychologically important. That can make the dream feel deeper than the day that surrounds it. But depth is not always the same as truth. Sometimes it is the result of selection. The dream has edited out what does not serve the experience. It has removed the waiting, the hesitation, the small corrections, the weak details, and left only the charged parts. It feels more real because it is less cluttered. It is reality with the volume of meaning turned up. There is also the strange role of memory after waking. When you look back at a dream, you do not remember it with the same tools you used to experience it. You rebuild it from fragments, and your waking mind may add a sense of mystery to what remains. A dream that was unstable while it happened can become powerful in memory because only its strongest pieces survive. The face, the sentence, the feeling, the impossible room, the moment of fear or beauty. Waking life, by contrast, is remembered with more ordinary context. You know what came before and after. You know the scene had practical details. You know the person was just standing there, the room was just a room, the weather was just weather, but a dream fragment arrives without its full explanation. And what lacks explanation often feels profound. The missing parts become space for meaning. That is why a dream can haunt you with more force than a real conversation from yesterday. It has fewer facts, but more echo. The mind keeps returning to it because it does not close neatly. And perhaps this is the most important distinction. When a dream feels more real than reality, it may be because it feels more psychologically direct. Waking life must pass through manners, routines, language, timing, and the resistance of the physical world. A dream can skip all of that and show you the shape of an inner state without apology. It does not need to prove itself. It only needs to overwhelm you. It can turn loneliness into a landscape, guilt into a room, desire into a person, freedom into flight, grief into a silent road. The dream may be false as an external event and still accurate as an inner atmosphere. That is why calling it not real can feel too simple. The dream did not happen in the world, but something happened in you. Your brain generated the scene, your nervous system responded, your emotions moved, and your memory carried the residue into morning. The event was internal, but the after effect is real. This is where dreams quietly complicate the meaning of reality. We usually define real as what exists outside us, what others can verify, what remains when we look away. By that definition, dreams are not more real than waking life. They are private, unstable, and dependent on the sleeping brain. But if real also means experienced with force, if real means capable of changing your mood, revealing a fear, softening a grief, or leaving a mark on the day, then dreams occupy a strange middle ground. They are not reality, but they are not nothing. They are lived illusions, and lived illusions can still teach the mind. So when a dream feels more real than reality, it may not be showing you a higher world or a secret truth. It may be showing you what happens when the brain removes distraction, turns up inner significance, and lets experience become pure atmosphere. Morning returns with its objects, its flaw, its daylight, its practical demands. The dream dissolves because it cannot compete with the shared world for long. And yet, for a few quiet minutes, you may feel that the dream touched something reality usually hides beneath noise. Not because the dream was truer than life, but because it was less divided. It gathered your attention into one place and made you feel the full weight of being there. And maybe that is why it stays with you. Not as proof that dreams are more real, but as proof that the mind can make reality feel deeper when nothing else is allowed to interrupt it. Why you can't always read text in dreams. The sentence on the page is almost there, and that is what makes it so strange. Your eyes move across the words. Your mind feels meaning rising, but the letters refuse to stay loyal to themselves. You look once, and the sign seems to say one thing. You look again, and it has changed. A book opens in your hands, but the lines blur, rearrange, or become symbols that carry emotion without giving you clean language. A phone screen lights up with a message you somehow understand, yet when you try to read it carefully, the words slip away. This is why you can't always read text in dreams. Reading is not just seeing marks on a surface. Reading is one of the brain's most precise collaborations. It requires stable visual detail, attention, memory for letter shapes, language decoding, meaning, and a sense that the same word will remain the same when you look back at it. In waking life, the outside world helps you. The ink stays fixed. The screen refreshes predictably. The letters do not change because your eyes glanced away. Your brain can return to the same word again and again, compare it, correct mistakes, and build meaning from stable symbols. But in a dream, there may be no real page feeding your eyes with consistent information. The page is internally generated. The letters are not anchored by ink or pixels in the outer world. They are being produced by the sleeping brain, moment by moment. And the dream often cares more about the idea of reading than the mechanical accuracy of reading. It may give you the feeling that a message exists without building every letter clearly enough to survive inspection. This is the hidden difference between meaning and text. A dream can create meaning quickly. It can make you know that a note is threatening, that a book is sacred, that a message is important, that a name should frighten you, even if the actual words are unstable. The brain can generate the emotional meaning of text before it generates readable text itself. In waking life, you usually read the words first and feel their meaning afterward. In dreams, the order can feel reversed. You may feel the meaning first, and the words are only a costume placed over that feeling. This is why dream text can seem readable from a distance, but collapse when examined. From far away, the sign performs its role. It tells the dream, "This is a warning," or "This is a name," or "This is an instruction." But when you move closer and demand exact letters, the system has to provide detail it may not have fully constructed. The illusion thins, the sentence melts, the mind gives you atmosphere instead of grammar. Reading also depends on parts of the brain that handle language in a very organized way. These systems are active in waking life when you recognize letters, connect them to sounds or meanings, and hold a sentence long enough to understand it. During sleep, especially in vivid dreaming, the brain is not simply off, but it is organized differently. Some sensory and emotional regions can be very active, while the systems responsible for careful attention, error checking, and stable symbolic reasoning may not work with the same sharpness. That creates a dream world rich in images but often weak in exact text. A face may appear convincing because the brain is highly practiced at recognizing human patterns from partial information. A street may feel complete because you do not inspect every brick. But reading demands inspection. It demands that tiny differences matter. The difference between one letter and another can change the entire word. The difference between two words can change the entire sentence. Dreams are often good at broad impressions, but reading requires faithful detail. It is like asking a fog to hold handwriting. For a moment it may seem to form something, but the closer you look, the more you notice that the edges were never solid. This is also why rereading text is often used as a reality check in lucid dreaming. People may look at a sentence, look away, then look back, and notice that the words have shifted. The change can reveal that the scene is not being supplied by an external object, but by an unstable internal process. Yet it is important not to turn this into a false rule. Some people report reading in dreams, and sometimes a dream can include short words, names, numbers, or phrases that seem stable for a while. The brain can simulate language, and dreams can include speaking, writing, signs, and even reading-like experiences. The point is not that reading is impossible. The point is that dream reading is less reliable because the source of the text is not fixed. It depends on how much detail the sleeping brain is generating, how much attention is available, how strongly language systems are engaged, and whether the dream needs exact words or only the sense of a message. A short word on a door may be easier than a full paragraph in a book. A familiar name may hold better than an unfamiliar sentence. A number may appear but change when challenged. The dream may provide enough text to move the story forward, but not enough to withstand the kind of careful checking you use while awake. This reveals something fascinating about how the brain treats symbols. A written word is not meaningful because of its shape alone. It is meaningful because your brain has learned to treat that shape as a doorway into sound, memory, and concept. In dreams, the doorway may appear without a stable frame. The mind knows there should be a message, so it creates the experience of receiving one. But if the visual form is unstable, the message becomes more like a feeling wearing the mask of language. That is why a dream note can terrify you, even if you cannot remember what it said. The brain may have attached emotional importance to the object before it ever built a readable sentence. And when you wake, you may remember the pressure of needing to read, the frustration of failing, the certainty that the text mattered, but not the words themselves. The dream has preserved the urgency, not the alphabet. There is a deeper lesson here about consciousness. Reading feels effortless while awake because the brain hides how much work it is doing. You look at black marks on a white page and meaning appears. But that simplicity is an achievement. It took years for your brain to learn it. It depends on stable perception, attention, memory, and language working together with extraordinary speed. Dreams expose the fragility of that achievement by removing the stable surface beneath it. They show that a word is not just something seen, it is something held in place. When the holding weakens, text becomes liquid. The sign still wants to speak, but the letters cannot keep their shape. And maybe that is why unreadable dream text feels so eerie. It is not just confusion. It is a direct encounter with the difference between meaning and form. The mind reaches for language, but language will not fully arrive. You stand before a page that seems to know something you do not. And the more you try to force it into clarity, the more it resists. In waking life, words give you control. They label, explain, promise, warn, remember. In dreams, words sometimes lose that authority. They become unstable objects, half symbols, half feelings, reminders that the mind can create the need for understanding without giving you the tools to satisfy it. So when you cannot read in a dream, it is not because the dream is empty or because the brain has made a simple mistake. It is because reading requires a kind of precision that dreams do not always prioritize. The sleeping mind can build a library without writing every book. It can place a letter in your hand without deciding every sentence. It can make a message feel urgent without making it legible. And when you wake, the blankness of that message may stay with you, quiet and unfinished. Not because it contained a secret you failed to decode, but because it showed you something true about the mind. Meaning can exist before language. And sometimes the deepest part of a dream is not what the words say, but why you felt so desperate to read them. Why running feels impossible in some dreams. Trying to run in a dream can feel like fighting against an invisible ocean, as if your legs remember motion, but the world refuses to let motion happen. You push harder, but your body becomes heavy. You try to escape, but each step stretches, weakens, sinks. The ground seems too soft, the air too thick, the distance too stubborn. And the more urgently you need speed, the less speed you have. This is one of the most frustrating dream experiences because it attacks something you trust while awake. The simple belief that when you decide to move, your body will obey. In real life, running is not just a thought. It is a full-body agreement. Your brain sends motor commands. Your muscles contract. Your balance system adjusts. Your joints report position. Your feet strike the ground. Your eyes measure distance. And your body constantly corrects itself through feedback. Every step is a conversation between intention and sensation. But during many vivid dreams, especially in REM sleep, that conversation is altered. Your brain may simulate movement while your real body remains mostly still. This stillness is not a mistake. It is a protective feature. During REM sleep, the brain normally suppresses most large muscle activity, so you do not physically act out your dreams. If you dream of running, fighting, jumping, or reaching for something, your body is usually prevented from carrying out the full movement. This is part of why you can have intense dream action while lying safely in bed. But that protection may also help explain why movement sometimes feels wrong inside the dream. The dreaming brain creates the intention to run, but the body is not sending back the normal flood of movement feedback. Your legs are not truly pushing against the ground. Your lungs are not truly matching the sprint. Your muscles are not giving the usual signals of force and rhythm. The brain is trying to create motion with missing evidence, and the result can feel like slowness, weakness, or resistance. It is not that your dream body is lazy. It is that the system that normally confirms movement is partly offline. The dream has the desire to run, but not the full physical machinery that makes running feel convincing. This creates a strange internal mismatch. The mind says move, the body says still, and the dream translates that conflict into heavy legs. It may turn missing feedback into mud, water, stairs, a slope, a crowd, or simply the awful sensation that your body has forgotten how to obey. What feels like a symbolic curse may begin as a biological compromise. Your sleeping brain protects the body by limiting movement. Then your dream tries to explain why movement feels limited. And because dreams often build scenes around felt states, the explanation can become part of the story. You are not just unable to run. You are being chased. You are not just slow. Something matters urgently. You are not just heavy. The world seems designed to hold you back. The body's paralysis-like quiet becomes a landscape of resistance. There is also the question of motor control itself. Studies suggest that parts of the motor system can activate during REM sleep, when people dream of movement, meaning the brain is not simply watching dream action from a distance. It may be rehearsing or simulating movement internally. But simulation is not the same as execution. A real run depends on continuous correction. If your foot lands slightly wrong, the body adjusts. If you lean forward, balance systems respond. If you speed up, breathing and muscle effort change. In a dream, these correction loops may be incomplete or invented. The dream body can move, but it may not have the same stable relationship with gravity, resistance, and physical feedback. That is why dream running can feel strangely delayed, like a command sent through a damaged wire. You decide, but the response is slow. You push, but there is no power. You try to coordinate, but coordination becomes slippery. This can be especially noticeable when the dream contains urgency, because urgency demands precision. Walking through a dream may feel fine because the dream does not need exact bodily realism. But running from danger requires speed, timing, strength, and confidence. The moment you need the dream body to perform like a real body, the illusion may expose its weakness. The dream can create a street, a pursuer, a destination, and fear. But it may struggle to create the exact muscular certainty of sprinting. So it gives you an approximation, effort without speed. And sometimes that is even more frightening than being frozen, because it feels like betrayal from within. Another layer is emotional. Running dreams often appear when the brain is staging avoidance, pressure, pursuit, or urgency. The inability to run may reflect not only sleep physiology, but the emotional logic of the dream. You feel the need to get away, but some part of the mind represents that need as blocked. This does not mean every slow-running dream has a deep symbolic meaning, and it does not mean you should treat it like a prophecy. But the emotional shape is worth noticing. Are you trying to escape something? Reach someone? Arrive on time? Prove yourself? Save someone? The dream's slow movement may dramatize the feeling of wanting action while feeling unable to act. In waking life, that feeling has many forms: hesitation, exhaustion, anxiety, obligation, fear of confrontation, the sense of being trapped in a situation that requires movement but offers no clear path. The dream borrows the body's nighttime stillness and uses it to stage a psychological experience. I need to move, but I cannot move enough. This is why the same physical phenomenon can carry different meanings in different dreams. Heavy legs during a chase feel like panic. Heavy legs while trying to reach a loved one feel like grief. Heavy legs before an exam feel like pressure. The body provides the limitation. The dream gives it a human context. It is also important to separate this from sleep paralysis. In sleep paralysis, you may wake up or partly wake up and realize you cannot move, sometimes with frightening sensations. Dream running is different because you are usually still inside the dream scene. You may feel slowed, but not necessarily aware of your real body in bed. Both experiences can involve the tension between REM-related muscle inhibition and awareness, but they are not identical. Slow running is often the dream's internal version of motor difficulty. Sleep paralysis is more like becoming aware of the body's REM stillness at the edge of waking. Understanding this can make the dream less frightening. It shows that the helplessness is not proof of weakness. It is not a flaw in your character. It is a side effect of a brain that can create movement while keeping the body safe from movement. And there is something quietly remarkable in that. Every night, the brain must solve a dangerous problem. how to let you experience action without letting you physically perform it. Most of the time, it succeeds so well that you never notice. You run through impossible places, climb, hide, fight, reach, fall, and the body stays protected. But sometimes the protection leaks into the experience. The dream body feels the restraint. The running becomes slow. The legs become heavy. The air becomes thick. The dream reveals the hidden boundary between imagined action and physical safety. So the next time you find yourself trying to run through a dream and failing, there may be a strange comfort in remembering what is really happening. Your brain is not broken. Your body is not refusing you out of cruelty. Some ancient protective system is holding the real muscles quiet while the mind stages motion in a private world. The frustration is the seam between two truths. Inside the dream, you are desperate to move. Outside the dream, your body is being kept still so you do not harm yourself in the dark. And when you wake, the heaviness disappears. The legs return. The room is silent. The danger is gone. What remains is the memory of resistance, and perhaps a question worth carrying gently into the day. Where in waking life do you feel the same impossible effort, the same desire to move, the same hidden force slowing your steps? The dream may begin in biology, but it often ends by pointing back to the places where your life is asking for motion. How your brain creates dream, places that don't exist. Some dream places feel impossible not because they are empty inventions, but because they are stitched together from the hidden geography your brain has been collecting your entire life. You may find yourself inside a house you have never visited, yet one hallway feels like your grandmother's home. One window belongs to an old classroom. One staircase has the mood of a hotel you once stayed in. And one door opens into a street that should not fit inside the building at all. You wake with the strange certainty that the place was unreal, but not meaningless. It had layout, atmosphere, direction, distance, and rules. You knew where to turn. You knew which room felt unsafe. You knew that beyond a certain corner, there was something waiting, even though no such place exists anywhere on Earth. This is how your brain creates dream places that don't exist. It does not start from blankness. It begins with memory fragments, spatial habits, emotional associations, and the brain's deep talent for building maps. While you are awake, your brain is constantly learning places even when you do not notice. It tracks where doors are, how rooms connect, where light enters, how streets bend, how far one object is from another, and what kind of feeling belongs to a location. A kitchen is not only counters and cabinets, it is warmth, routine, hunger, family, conflict, silence, or whatever your life has taught your body to expect there. A school corridor is not only walls and lockers. It is evaluation, waiting, comparison, embarrassment, friendship, boredom, pressure. A hospital is not only a building. It is vulnerability, urgency, care, fear, fluorescent light, and the smell of uncertainty. The brain stores places as more than architecture. It stores them as emotional environments. At night, when dreams form, those environments can be separated from their original addresses and recombined. A dream may borrow the emotional temperature of one place, the layout of another, the lighting of a third, and the sense of distance from somewhere else entirely. The result feels new because no real-world place contains that exact combination, but it feels believable because each piece obeys something the brain already understands about space. This is connected to the brain's ability to form cognitive maps, internal models that help you navigate environments, remember where things happened, and connect experiences to locations. The hippocampus and nearby regions are especially important for linking memory with place. Not like a simple GPS device, but like a flexible system that can bind scenes, events, directions, and context together. This flexibility is what makes dream places so powerful. The brain can use the same machinery that helps you remember a street or imagine a future room to construct a place that has never existed. In waking life, imagination often builds scenes deliberately. You choose to picture a beach, a childhood bedroom, a city you want to visit. In dreams, scene construction can happen without your deliberate command. The place appears first, and only afterward do you behave as if it has always been there. You do not need blueprints. The brain supplies enough structure for the scene to function. It creates a corridor because the dream needs transition. It creates a basement because the dream needs depth or concealment. It creates an endless mall because the dream needs searching. It creates a familiar city with impossible streets because the dream needs you to feel both oriented and lost. What matters is not perfect architecture. What matters is usable space. A dream place only needs to be coherent enough for your attention to move through it. If you never look behind you, the dream may not need to fully define what is behind you. If you expect a room beyond a door, the brain may create one as you approach. This does not mean dreams are lazy. It means they are efficient. The dream world is often built around attention, expectation, and emotional need. A waking building must exist from every angle at once. A dream building can be more like a living sketch, detailed where your mind is focused, vague where it is not, yet still convincing because you are experiencing it from the inside. That is why dream places can shift without feeling immediately wrong. A room can expand. A hallway can become a road. A childhood home can contain a subway station. The dream does not always preserve physical consistency because its deeper consistency is emotional. If the feeling continues, the place can change and still seem like the same place. This is different from waking geography, where walls must remain walls and streets must stay where they are. Dream geography is organized by meaning. Places connect because feelings connect. A door may lead from your current apartment into your old school because stress has connected them. A hotel may become a hospital because both carry the feeling of being temporary, exposed, and not fully in control. A city may be unfamiliar, but emotionally recognizable because it is built from the experience of being somewhere public, uncertain, and watched. The dream place is less a map of land and more a map of relation. It shows how one inner state leads to another. This is why some people have repeated dream locations. Not exactly recurring dreams, but recurring geographies. The same impossible town, the same strange house, the same shopping center, the same coastal road, the same underground station. These places may never have existed, but the brain can return to them because it has created an internal model stable enough to be reused. The place becomes part of your dream memory. It gains a history inside sleep. You may even know, while dreaming, that you have been there before. This is not proof that the place exists somewhere outside the mind. It is proof that the brain can create and revisit imagined environments with surprising continuity. And this should not be underestimated. The ability to mentally construct places is central to human thought. You use it when remembering where you parked, when planning a route, when picturing a room before rearranging furniture, when reading a novel and silently building its setting, when imagining a future life in a different city. Dreams take this ability and remove the practical limits. Without the outside world correcting the scene, the brain can let places grow according to association. A mountain can stand beside an ocean because the dream needs scale and openness. A bedroom can contain a forest because privacy and wildness have merged. A street can loop back on itself because you are circling the same concern. The architecture becomes psychological without needing to announce itself as a symbol. It simply behaves the way feeling behaves. Connected, layered, sometimes contradictory, sometimes beautiful, sometimes deeply unsettling. What makes these places feel so haunting is that they reveal how much of your sense of place lives inside you. You may think a location is outside you, fixed in the world, waiting to be visited. But your experience of any place is always partly internal. A room feels safe or cold because of what your brain brings to it. A street feels lonely or alive because of memory, attention, and mood. Dreams expose this inner geography by creating locations where the emotional part is more obvious than the physical one. The dream place does not need to match reality because it is not trying to be a real estate record. It is trying to give shape to orientation, fear, longing, curiosity, and memory. It is the mind asking, where does this feeling live? And then building an answer out of walls, weather, distance, and doors. So when you wake from a place that does not exist, do not dismiss it as pure nonsense. It may be a temporary construction, but it was built from real ingredients. The rooms you have known, the paths you have walked, the maps your brain has formed, the emotions that cling to certain kinds of spaces, and the quiet need to turn inner life into somewhere you can stand. The place disappears in the morning because it has no physical address, yet something about it can remain, as if you visited a country made of memory and returned with no photograph, only the feeling of its air. And perhaps that is the deeper mystery. Your brain does not only remember the world, it learns the grammar of places, then writes new ones in sleep. It builds houses for emotions, cities for uncertainty, roads for desire, rooms for things you have not yet understood. And for a while, in the dark, you walk through them as if they were real, guided by a map no one else can see. Why childhood dreams can stay with you for life. A childhood dream can survive longer than a real afternoon, not because it was more important than life, but because it entered the mind at a time when the mind was still learning what fear, wonder, safety, and loneliness even meant. Years pass, your body changes, your voice changes, your world becomes filled with adult responsibilities. Yet one old dream can remain strangely bright. A dark hallway, a giant shape outside the window, a room that felt too large, a staircase that went nowhere, a person you could not reach, a creature you never saw clearly but somehow never forgot. You may not remember what you ate that week, what shirt you wore, what your bedroom looked like in full detail, or what anyone said the next morning, but the dream stays. This is the strange reason childhood dreams can remain with you for life. They often arrive when the brain is still building its emotional map of the world. A child does not experience a dream with the same inner tools an adult has. Adults can explain, dismiss, compare, and place a dream into categories: stress, memory, imagination, sleep. A child may not have those categories yet. A child wakes not thinking, "That was a temporary, internally generated experience." A child wakes with the body still trembling, the room still dark, the dream still close, and the question still unanswered. Was it real? That uncertainty can make the memory powerful. The dream becomes attached not only to an image, but to a first lesson about what the mind can do when no one else is there to help interpret it. Emotional memories are often strengthened because the brain treats strong feeling as important information. When something frightens, amazes, comforts, or confuses you deeply, systems involved in emotion and memory can work together to mark the experience as worth keeping. This does not mean the memory stays perfectly accurate. In fact, childhood dream memories can change over time, just like waking memories. You may add details, lose details, sharpen certain images, or turn a vague feeling into a clearer story as you grow older. But the emotional center can remain. You remember the terror of the basement more than the exact basement. You remember the feeling of flying more than the exact sky. You remember being unable to call for help more than the exact reason help was needed. The memory survives because it became part of your emotional education. It taught your young nervous system something about helplessness, escape, mystery, protection, or the unknown. And because children live closer to imagination than adults often do, the border between dream and waking can feel thinner. A child's world is already full of invisible forces, monsters under beds, stories that feel alive, shadows that seem intentional, toys with personalities, adults with powers that seem almost supernatural. In that world, a dream does not always arrive as just a dream. It can arrive as an event. It can become one more thing that happened to you, even if it happened only inside sleep. That is why some childhood dreams become personal myths. They are repeated silently for years. They gain a title in your mind: the wolf dream, the falling dream, the blue room, the woman at the door, the endless school, the impossible house. You may tell someone about it decades later and realize your voice still changes when you describe it. Not because you believe it was literally real, but because some part of your body remembers the age at which it first felt that fear or wonder. Childhood dreams can also endure because children are still learning how to regulate emotion. A nightmare that an adult might shake off in a few minutes can feel enormous to a child, especially if they wake alone, confused or unable to explain what happened. The body may record the intensity even when language is too small to hold it. Later in life, the dream returns in memory not as a complete narrative, but as a charged fragment. This is one reason childhood dream memories can feel almost sacred or untouchable. They come from a time before you had full adult language, so they are stored partly as atmosphere. You do not remember them only as stories. You remember them as weather. The room felt cold. The hallway felt endless. The creature felt patient. The light felt wrong. These impressions can be stronger than plot, because the child's brain was not only watching a scene, it was learning how certain inner states feel. Fear had a shape. Wonder had a color. Safety had a sound. Absence had a room. Another reason these dreams last is that they may become linked to repeated retelling or repeated remembering. Every time you recall a childhood dream, you can strengthen the pathway back to it. Even as the details shift, the memory becomes polished by return. You may not remember the original dream exactly. You remember the version of it you have carried. This does not make it fake. It makes it human. Memory is not a sealed container. It is a living reconstruction. And childhood dream memories are especially vulnerable to being shaped by later understanding. A dream that once felt like a monster may later seem like loneliness. A dream that once felt like magic may later seem like freedom. A dream that once felt like danger may later become a symbol of a house, a family mood, a childhood anxiety you could not name. The dream changes because you change, yet it remains because it gave you an image early enough and strong enough to become part of your inner vocabulary. Some childhood dreams stay with you because they were rare moments of intense self-awareness. A child may not often think deeply about existence, death, separation, identity, or time in adult terms. But a dream can introduce those themes without explanation. A child can dream of disappearing, of losing a parent, of being trapped, of flying above the world, of finding a hidden room, of meeting a version of themselves, and wake with a feeling too large for their age. The dream becomes unforgettable because it was the first time the mind touched a question before the person had words for it. That is why childhood dreams can feel bigger in memory than many adult dreams. They were not competing with years of explanation. They landed in open ground. They made impressions before skepticism hardened, before routines flattened mystery, before the adult habit of saying it was nothing became automatic. And perhaps this is why they can still move you. When you remember one, you are not only remembering a dream, you are briefly standing beside the child who had it. You are feeling how large the night once was, how powerful a bedroom could become after the lights went out, how real an unseen presence could feel, how enormous the inner world seemed before you learned to shrink it with reason. Science can explain part of this through emotion, memory consolidation, childhood development, and the way strong experiences are retained. But explanation does not remove the tenderness of it. A childhood dream that stays for life is a small fossil of consciousness. It preserves not just what the brain imagined, but the way you once inhabited your own mind. It shows what frightened you before you knew how to name fear, what fascinated you before you knew how to name wonder, what your brain built when the world was still new enough to be unstable. And when that dream returns years later, it may not be asking you to believe in monsters, prophecies, or hidden worlds. It may be asking you to remember the first version of yourself who met the unknown in the dark and somehow carried the image forward. The dream stayed because it found a deep place to live, not outside you, but inside the long memory of becoming human. The strange link between dreams and creativity. A creative dream does not hand you an idea from nowhere. It shows what can happen when the brain loosens the borders between things you thought were separate. During the day, your mind is often forced to behave. It follows schedules, answers questions directly, uses language in practical ways, solves problems by moving step by step, and rejects strange connections before they have time to develop. If you are writing, designing, composing, studying, or trying to solve something, your waking mind often asks, "Does this make sense?" Before it asks, "Could this become something new?" Sleep changes that balance. In dreams, the brain can bring together memories, images, emotions, concepts, and unfinished problems without obeying the strict rules of ordinary usefulness. A face can carry the feeling of a city. A sound can become a color. A childhood object can appear beside a future fear. A technical problem can turn into a landscape. A sentence can arrive before you know what it means. This is the strange link between dreams and creativity. The dreaming brain is not always trying to be correct. It may be exploring combinations. Creativity often begins exactly there, in the space between accuracy and possibility. A new idea is rarely born from one clean thought. It usually comes from collision. Two distant things touching. An old memory placed beside a new question. A feeling finding an unexpected form. A problem escaping the narrow path where you kept trying to solve it. Sleep may help because the brain continues working after conscious effort has stopped. When you struggle with a problem during the day, you may think you have abandoned it when you go to bed. But the brain does not fully abandon important material. It can keep reorganizing memories, strengthening some connections, weakening others, and testing associations in the background. During certain phases of sleep, especially dream-rich REM sleep, the mind may become more open to remote associations, linking ideas that would seem unrelated in waking thought. This does not mean every dream is genius. Most dreams are not useful inventions. Many are emotional, fragmented, absurd, or quickly forgotten. But sometimes, in the loosened structure of sleep, the brain makes a connection that waking logic would have dismissed too early. That connection may not arrive as a complete solution. More often, it appears as an image, a phrase, a mood, a direction, a strange metaphor, or a new way of seeing the problem. The dream does not finish the work for you. It changes the angle from which you return to the work. This is why creative people throughout history have often paid attention to dreams, not because dreams are supernatural engines of art, but because they are rich in unexpected combinations. A scientist may wake with a new model, a musician with a melody, a writer with a scene, an artist with an image, but the important part is what happens after waking. The dream material must be examined, shaped, tested, edited, and made usable. A dream can provide raw ore, not a finished statue. The waking mind still has to carve. This distinction protects the truth from exaggeration. It is tempting to say dreams create masterpieces by themselves, but creativity is usually a partnership between the strange and the disciplined. Sleep may loosen the knot. Waking effort unties it. Dreams may open doors. Skill decides which door is worth walking through. One reason dreams can feel creatively powerful is that they reduce the pressure to be literal. In waking life, if you are trying to solve a problem, you may become trapped by the obvious category. A chair is a chair. A memory is a memory. A failure is a failure. A deadline is a deadline. But in dreams, categories soften. The chair can become a throne, a hospital bed, a childhood seat at the dinner table, or an object blocking a doorway. The mind is free to treat things by association rather than definition. That freedom can be deeply creative because many insights come from changing the category of a problem. You stop seeing it as a wall and start seeing it as a door. You stop seeing it as a mistake and start seeing it as a pattern. You stop seeing it as a lack of talent and start seeing it as a lack of structure. The dream may not say this directly, but it may stage the shift in symbolic form. It may place you in a room where the exit is behind you, not ahead. It may give you a broken object that still works differently. It may merge two people and reveal that they carry the same emotional role in your life. This is not magic. It is association under unusual conditions. The brain is exploring the hidden neighborhood between ideas. Another part of the dream creativity link comes from emotional honesty. Creative work is not only problem solving, it is also feeling organized into form. Many people cannot create when they are only thinking clearly. They create when something felt but unnamed begins to find a shape. Dreams are good at giving shape to unnamed feeling. They can turn anxiety into architecture, longing into weather, grief into distance, curiosity into a path, freedom into flight. For an artist, a writer, or anyone trying to understand themselves, this can become useful because the dream offers an image where waking language had only tension. You may wake not with a full story but with a tone, not with an answer but with an atmosphere. And atmosphere can be the beginning of art. A single dream image can become a painting, a scene, a song, a title, a question, or a way of describing something you could not describe before. Still, there is a careful truth here. Dreams are not automatically profound just because they are strange. The sleeping brain can produce nonsense too. Randomness can dress itself in beauty. Confusion can feel meaningful because it is emotionally charged. Creativity requires selection. You do not have to obey every dream image. You do not have to treat every symbol as sacred. The useful question is not, was this dream a message? But does this dream give me a connection I could not reach while awake? That question keeps the process grounded. It lets you use the dream without worshipping it. It turns the dream into a workshop, not a temple. And perhaps this is why dreams and creativity have always felt connected. Both ask the mind to move beyond the obvious. Both require the courage to let unrelated things touch. Both begin with uncertainty. A blank page and a dream are not as different as they seem. In both, something appears before you fully understand it. In both, you follow a thread before you know where it goes. In both, meaning often arrives after the image, not before. Sleep may help creativity because it gives the brain permission to wander through its own hidden material without the constant supervision of waking judgment. It lets memory become flexible, emotion become visible, and old knowledge enter new arrangements. Then morning comes and the task changes. The dream fades, but the trace remains. A phrase, a color, a solution half-formed, a feeling that something belongs together. If you ignore it, it may disappear. If you write it down, hold it gently, and return to it with skill, it may become something real. Not because the dream was a miracle, but because the mind, freed for a while from its usual fences, found a path your waking self had not yet allowed. And that may be the quietest truth about creativity. It is not always the invention of something entirely new. Sometimes it is the discovery of a connection that was waiting inside you, asleep, until the night rearranged the room. Why some people dream in color and others remember less. Color in a dream is not always missing. Sometimes your brain simply never makes color important enough for you to remember. You may wake and say the dream was gray, pale, or colorless, while another person describes skies that were violently blue, rooms washed in gold, faces lit by red light, or entire landscapes glowing with impossible brightness. This difference can feel mysterious, as if some people dream in a richer inner world, while others receive only a faded version. But the truth is more careful and more revealing. Dreams are not photographs stored in the mind. They are experiences later reported by memory. And memory does not preserve every property of an experience equally. Color is often treated by the brain as background unless it carries meaning. In waking life, you can walk through a room, hold a conversation, leave, and later remember what was said without remembering the color of the walls, the exact shade of someone's shirt, or whether the light was warm or cold. The same can happen in dreams. A dream may contain visual impressions, but unless color becomes emotionally or narratively important, it may not be encoded strongly enough to survive waking. That means some people who say they dream without color may not literally experience a blank inner world. They may simply remember the structure, mood, and events of the dream without remembering its color layer. The brain may have supplied enough visual information to make the scene feel normal, but the waking report leaves out the color because attention never selected it. This is one reason dream color is hard to study. Scientists usually depend on what people remember and describe after waking, and describing a dream is not the same as replaying it. The moment you wake, you begin translating a fragile inner event into language. You choose what mattered. You compress. You forget. You fill gaps. If color was not central, it may vanish from the report, even if some color-like experience was present. But there are real individual differences too. Some people have stronger visual imagery than others. Some can close their eyes and picture a scene with vivid detail, while others think more in words, concepts, feelings, or spatial impressions. This variation can influence how dreams are experienced and recalled. A person with rich visual imagery may wake with strong colors because their inner visual system tends to generate vivid scenes. Another person may remember dreams more as situations than pictures. I was in a place. Someone was angry. I had to find something. But the visual details are thin, Neither person is necessarily dreaming better or worse. Their brains may simply emphasize different parts of experience. Some dreams are visual paintings, others are emotional maps, others are almost like thoughts wearing a loose scene around them. There is also a fascinating historical clue. Studies have suggested that people who grew up during the era of black and white television reported more black and white or colorless dreams than younger people raised with color media. This does not mean television controls dreaming in a simple way, but it suggests that the visual culture surrounding a person can shape how they remember and describe dream imagery. If your early visual stories were often black and white films and broadcasts, your brain may have learned a certain style of imagined scene, or at least a certain style of reporting visual memory. Dream color is not just biology. It is also habit, attention, expectation, and the visual language your mind has practiced. A painter may notice color because color is part of their daily attention. A photographer may remember light. A musician may remember sound. A person trained to notice clothing may remember fabric and shade. The dream does not arrive to a neutral observer. It arrives to a mind with preferences, habits, and practiced sensitivities. This is why two people can wake from equally vivid dreams and report them differently. One remembers the red door, another remembers the feeling of being unable to open it. One remembers the blue ocean, another remembers only the distance to the shore. The mind keeps what it has learned to value. And this leads to the second part of the mystery: why some people remember fewer dreams at all. Dream recall is not only about how many dreams you have. Most people dream, even if they rarely remember it. The difference is often in waking. People who wake up more often during the night, or wake directly from a dream, may have more chances to catch the dream before it fades. People who sleep very deeply through dream periods may have fewer opportunities to transfer the dream into waking memory. Attention matters too. If you wake and immediately think about work, messages, noise, or movement, the dream may disappear before it is named. If you wake gently and ask, "What was just happening?" you may catch more. This is why dream journaling often increases dream recall. It does not necessarily create more dreams. It trains the waking mind to treat dreams as worth saving. The brain learns that these experiences matter, and the act of writing strengthens the bridge between sleep and memory. But there are also deeper personal differences. Stress, sleep quality, alcohol, medications, irregular schedules, age, and emotional intensity can all affect how much someone remembers. A person who is sleep deprived may have disrupted patterns. A person waking from intense emotion may remember more because the dream carried a stronger charge. A person who dismisses dreams as meaningless may recall fewer because they do not give the memories attention long enough to stabilize. In this way, dream recall is partly a biological process and partly a relationship. The mind remembers what it is invited to remember. Color follows a similar rule. If you begin asking about color, you may start noticing it more. Not because you force dreams to become colorful, but because your waking attention becomes better at catching that layer when it appears. This reveals something quietly important about consciousness. Experience is not only what happens, it is what survives selection. A dream may contain a room, but you remember the person. It may contain a voice, but you remember the fear. It may contain color, but you remember the message. Or it may contain almost nothing visually clear, yet leave behind a feeling so strong that it shapes your morning. So when someone says, "I only dream in black and white," or "I never remember my dreams," the most honest response is not to correct them harshly, but to understand what they are really reporting. They are describing the version of dreaming that reaches waking awareness. Behind that report may be a more complex nightlife than they can access. Some minds wake with paintings, some wake with outlines, some wake with only a trace of weather from a world already gone. And none of these experiences are meaningless. They show how personal dreaming is, how differently the brain can prioritize image, color, emotion, story, and memory. The sleeping mind is not a universal cinema showing the same kind of film to everyone. It is more like a private instrument, tuned by biology, attention, history, and the habits of a lifetime. For one person, the night speaks in vivid color. For another, it speaks in movement and mood. For another, it speaks and then erases itself before morning. And maybe that is the quiet wonder hidden in this difference. Even the absence of remembered color tells us something. It tells us that the brain does not preserve the world whole. It chooses, it filters, it lets some details glow and lets others fall away. A red wall in a dream may vanish because the fear mattered more. A grey room may be remembered forever because the silence inside it was unforgettable. So the question is not only whether you dream in color, the deeper question is what your mind decides is worth bringing back from the night. Because every morning you do not wake with the dream itself. You wake with what survived the crossing. How stress changes the shape of your dreams. Stress does not simply follow you into sleep. It changes the architecture of the night itself, bending your dreams into tighter rooms, sharper edges, and problems that refuse to finish. You may go to bed exhausted, hoping the dark will erase the day, but the brain does not always treat sleep as an escape. If the day has filled you with pressure, unfinished decisions, conflict, fear, deadlines, responsibility, or quiet emotional overload, the sleeping mind may carry that state forward and reshape the dream around it. This is why stressful periods often produce dreams that feel busier, darker, more urgent, or strangely repetitive in mood. The dream may not show the exact source of stress. You may not dream directly about your job, your exam, your argument, your money worries, or the message you are avoiding. Instead, stress changes the form of the dream. It turns ordinary scenes into obstacles. It makes rooms harder to leave, tasks harder to complete, people harder to reach, and simple actions feel loaded with pressure. A normal street may become confusing. A conversation may become tense without explanation. A small delay may feel like disaster. This happens because stress changes the way the brain and body enter sleep. When you are under pressure, the nervous system can remain more alert than it should be at night. The body may carry higher arousal, the mind may keep scanning for problems, and sleep may become lighter or more broken. Stress hormones and nighttime alertness can interfere with the smooth descent into deeper rest, making awakenings more likely and dreams easier to remember. This is one reason stressful dreams seem more frequent. You may not only be having more emotionally charged dream content, but also waking from it more often, catching it before it disappears. The dream becomes visible because stress keeps the doorway between sleep and waking slightly open. But the deeper change is not just in recall. Stress can alter the emotional climate of dreams. A relaxed dream may wander. A stressed dream narrows. It points attention toward difficulty, uncertainty, and urgency. The brain under stress tends to prioritize what could go wrong, because that is what stress is designed to do. Stress is not originally a villain. It is a survival system. It prepares you to respond, to focus, to protect, to solve. But when that system remains active too long, it does not know when to stop preparing. At night, without real problems to act on, preparation can become dream pressure. The mind builds situations where something is due, missing, broken, delayed, judged, hidden, or unresolved. You may dream of packing but never finishing, traveling but never arriving, searching but never finding, explaining but never being understood. These dreams are not random punishments. They are what pressure feels like when it becomes scenery. The sleeping brain takes a state of tension and gives it a world to move through. This is why stress dreams often have a particular shape. They are less about clear monsters and more about impossible demands. You are responsible for something, but you do not have the tools. You are expected somewhere, but the route keeps changing. You need to speak, but the situation keeps interrupting you. You are trying to complete a simple task, but every step creates another step. This is the dream version of cognitive overload. When the waking brain has too many open loops, too many unfinished tasks, too many emotional tabs left active, sleep may transform that overload into a story where nothing closes. The dream becomes an inbox with no bottom. It is not predicting failure. It is dramatizing the feeling of being unable to reach completion. Stress can also make dreams more fragmented because stress itself fragments attention. During calm periods, the mind may move more fluidly from one thought to another. During stress, Attention is pulled toward threats, obligations, and unresolved concerns. In dreams that can create abrupt changes, unstable scenes, and a sense that the dream cannot settle. One location becomes another before it has been understood. One problem replaces another before the first is solved. A person appears with an emotion that belongs to someone else. The dream may feel messy because the stressed brain is trying to process too many competing signals. It is not writing a clean story. It is sorting noise under pressure. And because stress often involves a loss of control, dream control may also feel reduced. You are not simply present in the dream, you are being pushed through it. The pace is wrong. The demands are too high. The rules are unclear. That helpless structure can be the most accurate part of the dream. Not because the events are true, but because the nervous system is accurately representing strain. There is also a social layer. Many stress dreams involve other people. Being watched, criticized, ignored, misunderstood, rejected, or responsible for someone else. This makes sense because human stress is rarely only physical. Much of it is social. We worry about how we are seen, whether we are failing, whether we are disappointing someone, whether we belong, whether we are safe in the eyes of others. At night, the brain may turn social pressure into scenes of exposure. You are unprepared in front of a group. You are trying to defend yourself, but no one listens. You are searching for someone's approval and cannot get it. These dreams reveal how deeply the human brain treats belonging as survival. A harsh look in waking life may be small, but the nervous system can treat social threat as serious, especially when stress has already lowered your emotional resilience. Under stress, the mind becomes less generous. Ambiguity turns suspicious, silence feels loaded, small mistakes feel larger. Dreams can magnify this by removing the ordinary evidence that would balance the fear. A person in a dream does not need to actually accuse you. Their presence may be enough to make you feel judged. This is how stress sharpens dream emotion while blurring dream logic. But there is an important truth here. Stress dreams are not always useless suffering. Sometimes they act like signals that your waking life has become too crowded for your nervous system to digest smoothly. They may show that your brain is not getting enough recovery, that your body is going to bed still defended, that your mind has not had time to complete, organize, or release the pressures of the day. A stress dream is not necessarily asking you to decode every object. It may be asking a simpler question. What in your life is staying activated after the day is over? What problem keeps following you because it has no place to land? What responsibility has become so constant that even sleep cannot step around it? When you look at stress dreams this way, they become less like strange failures of sleep and more like nighttime evidence of daytime load. The content may be fictional, but the load is real. And this is why caring for sleep is not only about the hours you spend in bed. It is also about how the nervous system enters those hours. If you fall asleep with the body still braced, the mind still scrolling, the heart still rehearsing tomorrow, the dream may inherit that unfinished posture. Gentle routines, less late-night stimulation, writing down tasks before bed, reducing caffeine late in the day, and creating a sense of closure can sometimes help, not because they control dreams directly, but because they change the state from which dreams emerge. The dream is shaped by the conditions of the sleeper. A calmer entry into sleep can give the brain fewer alarms to weave into story. Still, no one can remove all stress, and no one should blame themselves for stressful dreams. They are not moral failures. They are signs of a system trying to process pressure with the tools available in sleep. Image, emotion, movement, confusion, and story. When morning comes, the dream may fade, but the feeling can remain like a bruise from a problem you never physically touched. That feeling is worth listening to gently, not as a prophecy, not as proof that something is wrong with you, but as a reminder that the mind does not become separate from life when the lights go out. It carries the day inward. It reshapes pressure into places, people, delays, and unfinished tasks. And perhaps the deepest lesson of stress dreams is this: the brain is always asking for balance, even when it speaks in strange images. If the dream world has become crowded with urgency, maybe the waking world has been asking too much of the quiet parts of you. Sleep may not erase stress completely, but it can reveal its outline. And once you see the outline, you can begin, slowly and kindly, to ask what needs less force, more rest, clearer boundaries, or a place to finally be set down. Why dreams can mix people, places, and times together. A dream can place your childhood friend in tomorrow's office, inside a house you have not entered in 20 years, and somehow your mind accepts the meeting as if time has folded itself into a single room. This is one of the strangest things dreams do. They ignore the borders that waking life treats as sacred. In the real world, people belong to certain periods, places belong to certain maps, and memories belong to a sequence. Your old teacher stays in the past. Your current apartment stays in the present. A street from childhood does not open into a future workplace. But in dreams, these divisions can collapse. Someone from one decade appears in a location from another. A dead relative speaks in a modern room. You are your adult self and somehow also a child. You know a place is your home, even though it looks nothing like any home you have lived in. This happens because the brain does not store life only as a neat timeline. It stores experiences through networks of connection. Who was there? Where it happened? What you felt? What it meant? What it resembled? What danger or comfort it carried? What unfinished question it left behind? During sleep, especially when memories are being reorganized and integrated, those networks can become active in unusual combinations. The dream is not always asking, when did this happen? It may be asking, what does this belong with? That one shift can explain much of the strange mixing. A person from your past may appear not because your brain has forgotten time, but because that person carries the same emotional role as someone in your present. A place from childhood may appear inside an adult problem because the feeling of that place matches the feeling of the problem. A future worry may borrow the scenery of an old memory because the brain is using familiar material to represent unfamiliar pressure. In waking life, memory usually wears labels: then, now, later, here, there, them, me. In dreams, the labels can fall off and the deeper associations remain. The result feels impossible, but it often follows an emotional logic. You may dream of being back in school while dealing with a job interview, not because school is literally returning, but because the brain recognizes the shared pattern of evaluation. You may dream of an old friend in a strange city because that friend represents a version of yourself that belonged to a different social world. You may dream of a parent in a place they never visited because the mind is not reconstructing biography, it is arranging meaning. People, places, and times become pieces in a larger pattern, and the pattern matters more than factual accuracy. This is why dream combinations can feel absurd when described out loud, yet completely natural while experienced. The dream does not build its coherence from the calendar. It builds coherence from feeling, association, and context. The hippocampus, a brain region deeply involved in memory and context, helps bind elements of experience together. The place, the people, the event, the emotional tone, but those bindings are flexible. They allow you to remember the past, imagine the future, and mentally place yourself in scenes that do not yet exist. The same flexibility that lets you picture tomorrow's conversation or remember a birthday from years ago may also allow dreams to blend yesterday, childhood, and possibility into one scene. This is not a flaw in the system. It is a feature of a brain that can use memory creatively. If memory were only a rigid recording, you could remember but not imagine. If every person, place, and time stayed locked in its original file, you could replay life but not learn from it in new ways. Dreams reveal the brain's ability to detach elements from their original settings and test them in new combinations. That can look strange, but it may help the mind compare experiences across time. The brain may place an old relationship beside a current fear and ask without words, is this pattern repeating? It may put a childhood room around an adult responsibility and ask, why does this still feel small and helpless? It may merge two periods of life to show that, emotionally, they were never as separate as the calendar suggested. This does not mean every mixed dream has a deep hidden message. Sometimes the brain may simply be activating fragments near each other because they share partial features, recent reminders, or emotional tone. A song heard during the day may activate a memory of someone who loved that song. That person may then appear in a place connected to a different mood. The dream follows the chain, not because it is trying to confuse you, but because associations spread. One memory wakes another, one context touches another, one feeling opens a neighboring door, and because the dreaming mind does not have to maintain the strict continuity of waking reality, it lets those doors open into each other. This is also why dreams can include impossible identity blends. A person may be your sister and also a stranger. A place may be your school and also a hospital. You may know an event is happening now, but feel it belongs to years ago. The dream does not always treat identity as fixed. It treats identity as function. If two people occupy the same emotional role, they can blur. If two places produce the same bodily feeling, they can merge. If two periods of life carry the same unresolved tension, they can appear as one moment. The waking mind says, that makes no sense. The dreaming mind says, it feels connected. And in the language of dreams, feeling connected may be enough. There is a quiet lesson in this, because waking life also mixes time more than we admit. You can be 30 years old and still react with the fear of a child. You can stand in a new city and suddenly feel a grief from 10 years earlier. You can speak to someone in the present while hearing the echo of someone from the past. Human consciousness is layered. The present is never pure. It carries traces, expectations, old defenses, rehearsed hopes, and remembered wounds. Dreams simply make that layering visible. They turn emotional time into scenery. They let the past walk into the present wearing a familiar face. They let the future borrow old rooms because the brain prepares for what is coming by using what it has already known. This is why mixed dreams can be unsettling but also revealing. They show that the mind is not a straight hallway of memories. It is more like a vast archive where shelves can move at night, where old rooms can connect to new ones, where a person you have not seen in years can appear because some part of their meaning has become relevant again. When you wake, the mixture may seem like nonsense. Wrong people, wrong places, wrong age, wrong era. But if you look gently, you may notice the emotional thread. What did these pieces have in common? What pressure connected them? What version of you was present in all of them? The dream may not be telling you that time is broken. It may be showing you that your inner life is not organized by time alone. It is organized by significance, and significance does not age in a straight line. Some experiences from long ago remain close because they still shape you. Some future worries feel old because they awaken ancient patterns. Some places no longer exist, yet their emotional climate can return in a second. Dreams can mix people, places, and times together because the brain is not simply storing your life. It is continuously relating your life to itself. It is asking how one chapter echoes another, how one face resembles a feeling, how one room still lives inside a decision you are making now. And when morning comes, the impossible meeting dissolves. The childhood friend returns to the past. The future office disappears. The strange house loses its walls. But the connection that brought them together may remain, quietly asking to be understood. The dream did not obey the calendar because the mind was working with something older than calendars. The hidden threads of meaning that make your life feel like one story, even when its pieces come from different times. The mystery of dreams that continue after you wake and sleep again. A dream that continues after you wake and fall asleep again feels like returning to a room that should have disappeared, as if the night kept your place while you were briefly away. You open your eyes, recognize the ceiling, maybe turn over, maybe notice the silence of the room, and for a moment the dream is still close enough to touch. Then you drift back down, and suddenly the story resumes. The same hallway, the same person, the same unfinished task, the same strange pressure pulling you forward. It can feel almost impossible, as if the dream had its own independent existence waiting behind your eyelids. But the more grounded explanation is just as fascinating. When you wake briefly from a dream, the brain may still be carrying the emotional tone, memory fragments, and narrative momentum of that dream. And if you return to sleep quickly enough, those traces can become the seed for the next dream sequence. The dream is not stored somewhere as a complete world waiting to be re-entered. It is more like a fire that has not fully gone out. The flame disappears from view, but the heat remains in the coals. When sleep returns, the brain can rebuild around that heat. This is especially likely when the awakening is short and gentle, because the waking world has not had enough time to overwrite the dream completely. You have not fully entered the day. You have not checked messages, stood up, turned on bright lights, spoken much, or forced the mind into practical tasks. You are hovering at the border, and at that border, dream material can remain active. Sleep researchers often use awakenings to collect dream reports because the dream is easiest to catch near the moment it happens, especially during vivid dream states. That same fragile closeness may explain why some dreams can be picked up again. The mind wakes, but not all the dream's ingredients vanish. The emotional question is still open. The image is still primed. The last scene is still accessible. The brain slips back into sleep, and instead of starting from emptiness, returns to the strongest available pattern. This is not exactly like pressing play on a paused movie, even though it can feel that way. Dreams are not fixed films. They are active constructions. When a dream continues, the continuation may actually be a reconstruction that uses the same characters, setting, mood, or goal while quietly changing details. You may believe you return to the exact same place, but if you could compare both versions perfectly, you might find that the room has shifted. The dialogue is different, the problem has changed shape, or the path now leads somewhere new. What stays continuous is often not the architecture of the dream, but the intention inside it. You were searching, so the new dream keeps you searching. You were escaping, so the new dream keeps pressure behind you. You were about to speak to someone, so the next dream brings that person back, or replaces them with someone who carries the same emotional role. The brain preserves the unfinished direction more than the exact scene. In this sense, dream continuation reveals how powerful incomplete mental loops can be. Waking life works this way too. If you are interrupted in the middle of a task, your mind often keeps returning to it. If a conversation ends before you say what you meant, the unfinished sentence follows you. If a story stops at a cliffhanger, attention remains suspended. The brain is drawn to incompletion. A dream that ends abruptly may leave behind the same kind of open loop, and when you fall asleep again, the mind may try to close it by generating a continuation. This can happen with pleasant dreams, where you want to return, and with stressful dreams, where the mind seems pulled back by tension. But there is another ingredient: sleep stage. Dreams can occur across sleep, but vivid. Story-like dreams are often strongly associated with REM sleep, and lighter transition states near falling asleep or waking can also produce vivid imagery and scene-like experiences. If you wake from one of these states and quickly re-enter sleep, the boundary is soft. The brain does not have to climb all the way back from full daytime alertness. It may re-enter a dream-capable mode while still holding the residue of the previous dream. This is why continuing dreams often happen in the morning, during naps, or after brief awakenings when the body is still sleepy and the mind has not fully reset. Morning sleep often contains more REM-rich periods, and the awareness of waking may be thin enough for dream memory to remain close. The dream returns because the conditions that produced it are still nearby. It is also important to understand the role of expectation. If you wake from a strong dream and hope to return to it, that intention can influence what happens next. The brain uses recent thoughts as material. If your last waking thought is, "I want to go back," then that thought itself becomes a bridge. You fall asleep holding the dream in attention, and attention can guide the next construction. This is not supernatural control. It is mental priming. The last image in the mind becomes the first material available to sleep. A face, a place, a problem, a feeling, held gently enough, can become the doorway back. But the returned dream may not obey your wishes. You might try to re-enter a beautiful scene and find it changed. You might try to continue a conversation and discover a different person standing there. The sleeping brain is suggestible, but not fully obedient. It takes your intention and mixes it with body state, memory, emotion, and its own spontaneous activity. This is why dream continuation feels both familiar and unstable. You return, but not as a master. You return as someone entering a story that is being rewritten as you arrive. There is also a fascinating memory question here. Sometimes the dream may not truly continue, but your waking brain interprets it as a continuation because it connects two separate dreams into one story afterward. Upon waking, memory tries to make fragments coherent. If two dream episodes share a mood or theme, the mind may stitch them together and say, "It continued," even if there was a gap or a shift. This does not mean you are lying to yourself. It means memory is a storyteller. It prefers continuity when continuity feels plausible. A dream after a brief awakening may be shaped by the earlier dream, and then memory may smooth the seam between them. The result is the powerful impression of returning to the same world. And perhaps psychologically that impression matters. It shows that the mind is not only dreaming in isolated bursts, it is carrying themes across borders. Sleep to waking, waking back to sleep, one scene to another, one emotion into the next. The dream world feels continued because the mind itself is continuous beneath its interruptions. Even when the eyes open, the inner weather does not instantly clear. A fear can survive the room. A longing can survive the pillow. A question can survive the brief proof that you are awake. Then sleep returns, and the question becomes scenery again. This is why continuing dreams can feel so haunting. They show how thin the line can be between a dream ending and a dream waiting to be rebuilt. They remind you that waking up is not always a clean cut. Sometimes it is only a comma. The sentence of the dream pauses, breathes, and then begins again in a slightly different form. And when you finally wake fully, when daylight is stronger and the room has claimed you completely, the continuation may seem impossible, but it was not a portal, not a second life stored somewhere outside the brain, not proof that the dream had a world of its own. It was the sleeping mind using what remained, an unfinished scene, a strong feeling, a recent memory trace, a desire to return, a body still ready for sleep. The mystery is not that the dream waited for you. The mystery is that the brain can rebuild a doorway from almost nothing, using only the residue of a moment you had not yet let go. And maybe that is what these dreams quietly teach. Nothing in the mind ends as sharply as we think. Stories linger, feelings keep their shape. Even after waking, some part of the night can remain warm enough to become a world again. Why sleep paralysis feels like a nightmare entering the room. The most terrifying part of sleep paralysis is not that you cannot move. It is that the dream seems to have escaped from sleep and entered the room with you. You open your eyes, or feel as if you have opened them, and the place around you appears familiar enough to be trusted. The ceiling, the shadows, the edge of the bed, the doorway, the quiet shape of the room. But something is wrong. Your body will not answer. You try to lift a hand, turn your head, call out, breathe deeper, sit up, but nothing happens the way it should. Then the fear begins to search for a shape, a presence near the door, a weight on the chest, footsteps that are not there, a figure beside the bed, a sense of being watched by something that has no reason to exist, and yet feels closer than thought. This is why sleep paralysis feels like a nightmare entering the room. It happens when parts of dreaming and parts of waking overlap in the wrong order. In normal sleep, especially during REM sleep, the brain protects you by reducing most voluntary muscle movement, so you do not act out vivid dream actions. Usually, you are unaware of this because your dreaming mind is inside its own scene. Usually, by the time waking awareness returns, your ability to move has returned too. But during sleep paralysis, that timing slips. Awareness rises before the body's movement system has fully come back online. You are conscious enough to know you are in bed, but your muscles are still under the quiet lock of sleep. The result is a state that feels impossible because it combines two realities that are normally kept apart: the bedroom of waking life and the helplessness of REM sleep. Your mind is awake enough to panic, but not awake enough to fully escape the dream machinery. And panic is the spark. When the body does not move, the brain interprets the failure as danger. The threat system activates quickly because a body that cannot move has always been vulnerable in evolutionary terms. Even if nothing is actually wrong, the nervous system asks, "Why can't I move? What is holding me down? What is in the room?" The brain is uncomfortable with unexplained fear. It tries to explain it. And because parts of dream imagery may still be active, that explanation can become a presence. The shadow near the wall becomes an intruder. The pressure of breathing becomes something sitting on the chest. The ordinary darkness of the room becomes watchful. A small sound becomes footsteps. A half-formed visual pattern becomes a face. The nightmare does not truly enter from outside. The brain projects fear onto the room because the room is the scene available at that moment. Unlike an ordinary dream, where the environment is fully internal, sleep paralysis often borrows the real bedroom as its stage. That is what makes it so convincing. You are not lost in a strange landscape. You are in the exact place where you expect safety, and safety has become unusable. The mind is not only afraid of a monster, it is afraid because the boundaries of reality feel broken. The body is awake enough to recognize home, asleep enough to remain still, and dreaming enough to add terror. Many people report the same broad themes: an intruder, a dark figure, a sense of evil presence, pressure on the chest, difficulty breathing, floating sensations, vibrations, or the feeling of leaving the body. These experiences are not signs of possession, prophecy, or madness. They are known features of a brain caught between states. The chest pressure, for example, can feel terrifying because breathing during REM sleep is more automatic and shallow than the breathing you might try to control while awake. When you panic and attempt to force big movements or deep breaths, the mismatch can feel like suffocation, even though the body is still breathing. The mind may then create a story around that pressure. Something is on me. Something is taking my air. Something is holding me down. Across cultures, people have given different names to this experience: demons, spirits, night visitors, old hags, shadow beings. Not because those explanations are scientifically proven, but because the human brain is deeply narrative. When fear has no visible source, culture supplies one. The shape of the hallucination may be influenced by what a person expects, believes, fears, or has heard before. In one culture, the presence may be understood as a spirit. In another, an intruder. In another, an alien. The biology may be similar, but the mask changes. This is one of the most important things sleep paralysis teaches. The brain does not only perceive fear, it interprets fear through the stories available to it. And during paralysis, those stories can become sensory. They are not just thoughts. They can be seen, heard, felt. That is why telling someone it was not real may not fully capture the experience. It was not real in the external sense, but the fear was real. The bodily helplessness was real. The perception was real to the brain while it was happening. A hallucination is not a choice. It is not someone being dramatic. It is the brain generating an experience without a matching outside cause. During sleep paralysis, this can happen with extraordinary force, because the mind is awake enough to witness it, but still close enough to dreaming to produce it. The best explanation is not that the nightmare has entered the world. It is that waking consciousness has entered the edge of a dream before the body has been released. And yet, as frightening as it feels, sleep paralysis is often harmless when it happens occasionally. It usually passes within seconds or minutes, though it can feel much longer because fear stretches the moment. Fighting it with panic often makes it feel worse, because panic adds urgency to immobility. Some people learn to reduce fear by focusing on small, gentle actions, trying to move a finger or toe, softening the breath, reminding themselves that the body is in REM-related stillness and will return, letting the episode pass rather than wrestling with the whole body at once. This does not make the experience pleasant, but it can make it less mysterious. Knowledge removes some of the monster's power. When you understand that the presence is your threat system searching for an explanation, that the pressure is connected to bodily state and fear, that the immobility is a temporary sleep mechanism. The episode becomes less like an invasion and more like a terrifying glitch in the transition between sleep and waking. Certain factors can make sleep paralysis more likely, including sleep deprivation, irregular sleep schedules, stress, sleeping on the back for some people, and disrupted sleep. It can also appear more often in conditions such as narcolepsy, and if episodes are frequent, severe, or deeply distressing, it is worth seeking medical guidance. But for many people, it happens only occasionally, leaving behind a memory so intense that it feels impossible to dismiss. And maybe that is because sleep paralysis touches one of the oldest human fears, being awake but powerless. It removes movement, then leaves awareness behind to witness the removal. It turns the bedroom, the place where you surrender every night, into a stage for helplessness. But the deeper truth is softer than the fear suggests. The body is not betraying you. It is late in unlocking. The brain is not showing you a demon. It is trying, clumsily and urgently, to explain why fear and stillness have appeared together. The room has not changed. The shadow has not crossed into reality. The nightmare has not entered through the door. What entered was awareness, too early, into a body still held by sleep. And when the episode ends, when a finger moves, when breath feels fully yours again, when the room becomes only a room, you are left with a strange lesson. Consciousness is not a single clean border. Sometimes waking arrives in pieces. Sometimes the mind opens before the body. Sometimes fear paints the dark before reason can turn on the light. But the light does return. The body releases. The room steadies. And the thing that felt like it came for you slowly dissolves back into the place it came from. The fragile seam between dreaming and waking, where the brain, for a few terrifying moments, mistakes its own shadow for a visitor. How your body stops you from acting out dreams. Your body has a night guard you almost never notice. And every time you dream of running, fighting, reaching, falling, or shouting without actually leaping from the bed, that guard is doing its work. It is one of the most elegant protections built into sleep. The brain can create intense interaction while the body remains mostly still. You may dream that you are sprinting down a road, climbing a wall, throwing a punch, swimming through dark water, or pushing open a heavy door. Yet the person lying beside you may see only small twitches, eye movements, changes in breathing, or nothing at all. This is not because the dream is weak. It is because the body has a safety system that separates imagined action from full physical action. During REM sleep, when many vivid dreams occur, the brain becomes active in ways that can resemble waking in some respects, but the muscles that hold posture and create large movements are normally quieted. This state is often called muscle atonia, and it acts like a biological lock on the body's major movement systems. The command to move may appear inside the dream, but the body does not fully obey it. In a sense, sleep allows the mind to enter a private theater while the body stays seated. Without this protection, every chase, argument, jump, or struggle in a dream could become dangerous. You might kick furniture, hit a partner, fall out of bed, or act out movements without understanding where you are. The sleeping brain solves this problem by lowering the power to most voluntary muscles during REM sleep. The dream can continue, the body stays protected, but this protection is not a simple on-off switch placed over the entire body. Some activity remains. The eyes can move rapidly beneath closed lids. Breathing continues. Small twitches can occur. Facial muscles may flicker. Fingers or toes may move slightly. This is why sleep does not look like death-like stillness. It is a carefully controlled state, not total shutdown. The brainstem plays a central role in this process, helping coordinate the REM state and the inhibition of motor output. It sends signals that reduce the activity of motor neurons, the nerve cells that would normally carry movement commands to muscles. When this system works normally, the dream's action is contained. You experience movement internally, but the large muscles remain quiet. What makes this so fascinating is that the brain may still generate motor plans. It may still simulate the intention to run, grab, turn, defend, or flee. The dream body moves, but the physical body is held back. You are living inside a motor illusion that is being blocked before it becomes behavior. This shows that dreaming is not just visual imagination. It can involve systems related to movement, emotion, balance, and bodily presence. The dream self does not simply watch events. It acts, chooses, reacts, tries, fails, and struggles. Yet beneath the dream, the real body is protected by a silent brake. That brake is so reliable that most people never think about it. You only notice its existence when it misfires in some direction. If awareness returns while the brake is still on, you may experience sleep paralysis. The mind awake, the body still locked in REM-related stillness. If the brake weakens too much during REM sleep, the opposite can happen. A person may act out dreams physically. This can occur in REM sleep behavior disorder, where the normal muscle atonia is reduced or lost, allowing dream-related movements to escape into the body. People with this condition may talk, shout, punch, kick, leap, or perform defensive movements while asleep, sometimes injuring themselves or someone nearby. This is one of the clearest pieces of evidence that the body's dream lock is not decorative. It is protective. When it fails, dreams can become physical events. The imagined fight can become an actual swing of the arm. The dreamed escape can become a fall from bed. The private world of sleep can spill into the shared world of the room. That is why this system matters so much. It is not only preventing embarrassment or restlessness, it is preventing the confusion of two realities. The reality your brain is simulating and the reality your body occupies. There is something almost poetic in the precision of it, but the science is practical. The brain must perform a difficult balancing act every night. It must keep the body alive and regulated, maintain breathing, shift through sleep stages, allow dreams, process memory and emotion, and still prevent the dreamer from acting as if the dream were happening in the room. The solution is not to silence the mind completely, because dreaming may serve important functions. The solution is to silence most of the body's large actions while the mind moves freely. It is a compromise between freedom and safety. You can dream of motion without paying the physical cost of motion. You can experience danger without running into the wall. You can fight a dream threat without striking the air. You can fall without falling out of bed. And yet, this also reveals something strange about your sense of self. When you dream, you usually feel embodied. You have hands, feet, a point of view, a position in space. You may feel effort, speed, weight, pain, warmth, or pressure. But the body that carries you through the dream is not the same as the body under the blanket. The dream body is a model, a living image created by the brain. The real body remains mostly still, guarded by the sleep system. For a few hours each night, your sense of I am moving can separate from actual movement. The self becomes portable, able to run through an invented world, while the physical muscles rest. This is not magic, it is nervous system architecture, but it is still astonishing. It means the feeling of action does not always require action itself. The brain can simulate doing, while the body is protected from doing. This may also help explain why dreams can feel so physically convincing even when the body barely moves. The brain is not waiting for real muscle feedback to create the sense of action. It can generate an internal version of motion using memory, motor planning, and body maps. You know what running feels like because your brain has built that knowledge over years. In sleep, it can call up the pattern without completing the physical act. The body's restraint does not erase the dream's movement. It only prevents that movement from becoming dangerous in the room. Of course, the system is not perfect. You may twitch. You may mumble. You may jerk at the edge of sleep. You may shift position between dreams. You may wake with your heart racing after a nightmare. The body is not a statue, but the fact that you do not physically act out most vivid dreams is evidence that powerful inhibition is working. The ordinary stillness of sleep is not passive. It is actively maintained. The body is being held in a state of controlled quiet so the mind can travel without dragging the limbs behind it. And perhaps this is the deeper lesson hidden in the sleeping body. Every night, freedom depends on restraint. The dream feels open because the body is protected by limits. The mind can enter impossible situations because the muscles do not answer every command. What seems like immobility is actually care. The nervous system says, you may experience this, but you do not have to perform it. You may fear, reach, run, fight, fly, and fall inside the theater of sleep, but I will keep the real body safe until morning. Then, when waking returns, the lock lifts. Your hands are yours again. Your legs answer. The bed becomes a bed, not a battlefield, not a cliff, not a road. And you may never thank the silent guard that kept watch through the night, but it was there, holding the boundary between dream and action, so that the wildest movements of the mind could pass through you without carrying your body into the dark. Why some dreams feel like they have a message. Some dreams feel like messages because they arrive with the strange weight of being addressed to you, even when no one in the dream clearly speaks. You wake with the sense that something was shown, not merely experienced, that the dream was not just a scene but a kind of inner delivery, a door left open, a missing object, a person turning away, a road splitting in two, a room you were not allowed to enter. None of it may make literal sense, yet the feeling remains. This meant something. The important truth is that this feeling does not require the dream to be supernatural, prophetic, or sent from outside the mind. The brain itself is capable of producing experiences that feel personal, urgent, and meaningful, because it is constantly trying to organize your life into patterns. During the day, you live through more than you can fully process. You hear tones in people's voices, notice small changes in behavior, avoid certain thoughts, carry unfinished decisions, feel tensions you do not name, and move through situations before you have time to understand what they are doing to you. The waking mind often prioritizes function. Answer the message, finish the work, get through the conversation, prepare for tomorrow. But meaning does not disappear just because you are too busy to face it. At night, the brain may take those unresolved pieces and arrange them into a form that feels like communication. Not because a hidden narrator is writing riddles for you, but because the mind naturally turns inner conflict into scenes, relationships, and movement. A dream feels like it has a message when it gathers scattered emotions into one image strong enough to notice. This is different from a warning dream, which often feels pointed toward danger or the future. A message dream may be less about what might happen and more about what is already happening inside you. It may not say, "This will occur." It may say, without words, "Pay attention to this." The dream may take a feeling that has been spread thin across your waking life and compress it into one symbolically charged moment. For example, you may dream of carrying a heavy bag through a city, and the message-like feeling may not come from the bag itself, but from the recognition that you have been carrying responsibility without admitting its weight. You may dream of missing a door, not because doors have a universal meaning, but because your mind has created an image of opportunity, hesitation, or exclusion that fits your current emotional state. You may dream that someone gives you an object, and the object matters less than the act of receiving something from a part of your memory, a relationship, or a version of yourself you have not listened to in a long time. The dream's message is rarely a sentence. It is usually a relationship between feeling and image. That is why dream interpretation becomes dangerous when it is too rigid. A snake does not always mean one thing. A house does not always mean one thing. Water does not always mean one thing. The brain does not use a universal dictionary. It uses your history. It uses your associations, your fears, your habits, your private emotional grammar. The same image can mean completely different things to two people because their lives have taught their brains different meanings. A locked room may feel frightening to one person and peaceful to another. A childhood street may carry safety for one person and loneliness for someone else. The message of a dream is not hidden in the object alone. It is hidden in the way the object made you feel, the role it played, and what it connected to in your waking life. This is why the most useful question after a message-like dream is not, "What does this symbol mean?" but "Why did my mind choose this image to hold this feeling?" That question keeps you close to reality. It respects the dream without turning it into superstition. Dreams can feel like messages because the brain is a meaning-making organ. It does not simply record events. It searches for significance. Even while awake, you do this constantly. You interpret a pause in someone's reply. You sense when a room feels tense. You connect a song to a memory. You read your own past in the light of your present mood. Sleep may intensify this process by loosening the ordinary rules of logic and allowing deeper associations to surface. The result can feel like a message because the dream bypasses your usual defenses. It does not ask politely whether you are ready to think about something. It shows you a scene. It makes you feel it. It leaves you with the residue. In waking life, you can argue with a thought. You can distract yourself from a feeling. But a dream can place you inside a situation before your defenses have time to prepare. That directness can feel like wisdom, even when the dream is messy. The dream may not know more than you do in some magical sense, but it may have access to things you have noticed without admitting, felt without naming, or remembered without understanding. This is where message-like dreams become genuinely valuable. They may reveal what your conscious attention has neglected. A dream about losing your voice may point toward a situation where you feel unheard. A dream about cleaning a room may reflect a desire for order, repair, or emotional clearing. A dream about being unable to find someone may reveal distance, grief, or the fear of disconnection. But these are not fixed translations. They are starting points. The real meaning depends on context. What is happening in your life? What has been unfinished? What emotion did the dream leave behind? Did the dream make you feel trapped, relieved, ashamed, curious, exposed, calm, or called forward? The emotion is often the key, because dreams speak less like essays and more like experiences. They do not always explain the message. They make you inhabit it, and that is why the message can feel more powerful than ordinary thinking. A waking thought might say, "I am overwhelmed." A dream might place you in a room filling with water, while everyone else acts like nothing is wrong. The second version can reach you more deeply because it translates a vague self-report into a body-level experience. You do not just understand pressure, you feel the rising water. You do not just think about being ignored. You stand in a crowd where no one turns toward you. The dream's power is not accuracy, it is embodiment. It makes an invisible state visible enough to be remembered. Still, the mind can also overread dreams. Because message-like dreams feel important, people may assume they must contain instructions. But a strong feeling is not always a command. Sometimes the dream is not telling you to act, it is inviting you to notice. There is a difference between insight and impulse. If a dream makes you feel that something matters, pause before making conclusions about other people or major decisions. Dreams can exaggerate, misplace emotion, and attach old feelings to new faces. A dream may reveal fear without proving that the fear is justified. It may reveal desire without proving that the desire should be followed. It may reveal grief without proving that the past should be reopened in the same way. The wiser approach is to treat the dream as information about your inner state, not as an unquestionable instruction from beyond. Ask what it reveals, not what it orders. Ask what it is showing about your attention, not what it supposedly predicts. When handled this way, message-like dreams can become a quiet form of self-inquiry. They help you see what has emotional charge. They show what images your brain uses when ordinary language is not enough. They can bring a hidden conflict to the surface in a form you can finally face. And sometimes their message is not dramatic at all. Sometimes the dream simply says, through feeling that you are tired, that you miss someone, that a choice is weighing on you, that something you call fine is not fully fine, that you have changed more than you realized, that a part of you still waits for permission to speak. These are not supernatural announcements. They are human truths arriving through the strange theater of sleep. The dream feels like a message because the mind has shaped emotion into a scene and placed you at the center of it. It has made the invisible personal. It has taken the background noise of your life and turned one note louder than the rest. When morning comes, the danger is to either worship the dream or throw it away. Both reactions miss the deeper possibility. You do not have to believe the dream came from outside you for it to matter. You do not have to reduce it to meaningless brain static either. You can hold it in the middle, an internally generated experience that may reveal how your mind is organizing feeling, memory, and concern. And perhaps that is the real reason some dreams feel like they have a message, not because the night is speaking in secret codes, but because your own mind is sometimes more honest when it stops trying to sound reasonable. It does not give you a lecture. It gives you an image. It does not hand you a solution. It hands you a feeling and asks whether you are willing to look at it. And if you listen carefully, without fear and without blind belief, the message may be simpler than you expected. Something in you wanted to be noticed, and sleep finally found a way to make you see it. The strange science of dream symbols. A dream symbol is not a secret alphabet. It is the brain turning a feeling into an object, because objects are easier to hold than feelings. That is why a key, a locked door, a flooded room, a broken phone, a black dog, a missing shoe, or a staircase with no end can feel charged with meaning even when you cannot explain why. The symbol seems to arrive already important, as if the dream has placed it under a spotlight. But the strange science of dream symbols begins with a careful correction. Symbols in dreams are not proven to have one fixed meaning for everyone. A snake does not always mean betrayal. Water does not always mean emotion. Teeth do not always mean insecurity. A house does not always mean the self. Those interpretations may sometimes fit, but they are not scientific laws. The sleeping brain is not using a universal dictionary. It is using memory, emotion, culture, body experience, personal history, recent concerns, and old associations that may be unique to you. A symbol feels mysterious because it compresses many layers into one image. In waking life, if you feel trapped, you might need several sentences to explain the situation. Responsibility, pressure, guilt, lack of options, fear of disappointing someone. In a dream, the brain can compress all of that into one elevator that will not open. The elevator may not mean one thing by itself. It becomes meaningful because of the emotional pattern it carries. This is why dream symbols are better understood as emotional shortcuts rather than coded messages. They are images that do the work of paragraphs. They take something complex inside you and make it simple enough to experience. The brain is always doing this, even while awake. You use physical language for inner states without noticing it. You feel weighed down, stuck, open, distant, under pressure, at a crossroads, carrying something, falling apart. These are not random phrases. They come from the body. Human beings understand life through movement, space, weight, distance, balance, warmth, pressure, and direction. So when you dream, the brain may turn emotional reality into physical scenery. If you feel exposed, the dream may remove walls or put you in public. If you feel blocked, the dream may create locked doors, traffic, thick mud, or a path that keeps bending away. If you feel unprepared, the dream may place you on a stage without your lines. If you feel disconnected, the dream may show a phone that cannot dial, a voice that cannot reach, a bridge that breaks, or a person standing behind glass. These symbols work because they translate invisible states into bodily situations. You do not have to define helplessness if the dream makes your hands unable to open a door. You do not have to explain uncertainty if the road splits and every direction feels wrong. The symbol is the feeling made visible. But this does not mean the symbol is always profound. Sometimes a dream object appears because you saw it yesterday. Sometimes it enters because of a sound in the room, a body sensation, a memory fragment, or a passing association. A dream about a broken car might reflect feeling stuck in life, but it might also come from the fact that you recently worried about your actual car. The science of dream symbols requires humility because the brain is not always poetic. It is also practical, associative, messy, and influenced by recent experience. A symbol becomes meaningful not because it is strange, but because it connects to emotion, context, and repetition. If a red door appears once in a dream and means nothing to you, it may simply be scenery. If red doors appear often during periods of fear, decision, secrecy, or longing, then the pattern becomes worth noticing. Meaning is not hidden in the object alone. It is hidden in the relationship between the object, the feeling, and your life. This is why dream interpretation works best when it is personal and cautious. You do not ask, "What does water mean?" You ask, "What kind of water was it? Was it calm, rising, dirty, endless, warm, cold, safe, or threatening? Was I swimming, drowning, watching, drinking, crossing, or avoiding it? What in my waking life feels like that? The same symbol can hold opposite meanings depending on the dream. Fire can destroy, warm, purify, attract, or warn. A dog can protect, chase, comfort, or bite. A house can feel like safety, memory, confinement, identity, family, or exposure. The brain chooses an image not only for what it is, but for what it does inside the dream. Its role matters. Its atmosphere matters. Your reaction matters most of all. There is also a cultural layer. Symbols do not grow in the mind alone. They are fed by stories, religion, films, family beliefs, childhood warnings, myths, social meanings, and the visual language of your world. A white dress, a mirror, a graveyard, a storm, a mask, or a black bird may carry different associations depending on what your life and culture have taught you. The brain uses what is available. It borrows from the symbols you have absorbed, even if you do not consciously believe in them. That is why dream symbols can feel ancient. They may carry personal memory and collective imagery at the same time. A staircase is just a structure, but humans have used upward and downward movement as a way to think about progress, danger, power, descent, escape, and discovery for thousands of years. A shadow is just the absence of light, but the nervous system naturally treats unclear shapes as possible threat. A mask is just an object, but it also touches the human fear that what is shown may not be what is true. Dream symbols feel deep because they often sit at the meeting point between body, memory, and culture. Still, the scientific approach does not require believing that the dream has a fixed hidden author. It simply recognizes that the brain is a pattern-making organ, and during sleep, patterns can become images. One helpful way to understand this is to think of symbols as containers of association. A dream symbol gathers related material into one form. A suitcase may gather travel, burden, escape, secrecy, preparation, or identity. A mirror may gather self-image, recognition, avoidance, aging, truth, or distortion. A train may gather direction, timing, missed chances, being carried by forces larger than you, or moving with others along a path you did not fully choose. The symbol is not the answer, it is the container. The work is to ask what has been placed inside it. Dreams can also use symbols because the brain is less tied to language during sleep than it is during waking thought. When you are awake, you can say, "I feel anxious about the future." In a dream, that sentence may become a station where every train leaves before you can board. The dream does not explain anxiety, it stages anxiety, and staging can sometimes be more powerful than explanation because it involves your whole experience. You are not told you are late, you feel the lateness. You are not told you have lost control. You feel the steering wheel disappear. You are not told you want connection. You reach for someone and feel the distance stretch. This is why symbols can survive after waking even when the plot disappears. The plot may dissolve, but the image stays because it carried the emotional charge. A single dream image can remain in memory for years because it held a feeling with unusual precision. It did not describe the feeling. It became the feeling. And yet, there is a danger in treating every image as a puzzle. Sometimes people become trapped trying to decode dreams as if one perfect interpretation will unlock the self. But the mind is not always hiding a message behind a curtain. Sometimes it is processing. Sometimes it is combining. Sometimes it is rehearsing. Sometimes it is only producing a strange scene because the brain is active in unusual ways. The symbol may be useful, but it should not become a prison. A grounded approach is to hold dream symbols lightly. Let them ask questions instead of forcing them to give answers. What did this image make me feel? Where else in my life does this feeling appear? Is this symbol connected to something recent, something old, something feared, something desired, or something unresolved? Did the dream exaggerate a real concern or attach emotion to the wrong object? Does the symbol repeat, change, or disappear over time? These questions turn dream symbols into tools for reflection, not superstition. They allow the dream to teach without pretending it knows everything. The deeper beauty is that dream symbols show how the brain thinks when it is freed from ordinary speech. It thinks in rooms, animals, weather, roads, doors, bodies, objects, distances, colors, and transformations. It takes the invisible architecture of your inner life and briefly gives it walls. It turns pressure into weight, confusion into fog, desire into a path, grief into an empty chair, fear into something moving in the dark. These images are not random decorations. They are the sleeping mind's way of making inner life perceivable. When you wake, the symbol may seem strange because waking language is too narrow to hold what the dream carried in one image. You try to explain the flooded room and realize it was not just a flooded room. It was overwhelm, memory, danger, cleansing, loss, and surrender at once. That is the strange science of dream symbols. They are not magic words written by the universe, but neither are they meaningless noise. They are compressed experiences shaped by memory, body, culture, and emotion. They matter when they help you notice something true about your inner state. They mislead when you treat them as fixed predictions or universal codes. And perhaps the most honest way to listen to them is not to ask, what does this symbol mean for everyone? But, why did my mind need this image tonight? Why your brain rehearses fear while you sleep. Fear does not sleep just because you do. Sometimes it waits until the world is quiet, then begins practicing in the dark. You may dream of being followed, trapped, exposed, attacked, lost, unable to call for help, or forced to make a decision before you understand the danger. These dreams can feel cruel because the body is resting while the mind seems to invent emergencies. But one serious scientific idea suggests that fear in dreams may not be only accidental. It may be part of an ancient rehearsal system, a way for the brain to simulate danger without placing the body in real danger. This idea is often called threat simulation theory. It does not say every frightening dream is useful, and it does not say nightmares are pleasant or always healthy. It says that dreaming may sometimes allow the brain to practice recognizing threats, responding to them, and organizing fear-related reactions inside a safe inner environment. Think of it carefully. The dream does not need to predict tomorrow's danger. It does not need to show a realistic event. A chase dream does not mean someone will chase you. A trapped dream does not mean you are literally trapped. What matters is that the brain is activating the systems involved in detection, urgency, escape, hiding, confrontation, and survival. It is testing the shape of threat. While the body remains protected in bed, the mind can run through frightening situations as if asking, what would danger feel like? Where would attention go? How quickly would you notice? Would you freeze, run, search, call out, or fight? The answer may not be perfect. Dreams are not training videos made by a calm instructor. They are messy, emotional, symbolic, and sometimes irrational. But biological rehearsal does not always require clean realism. A young animal playing chase is not fighting a real predator, yet the body learns timing, balance, pursuit, and escape. In a similar way, a dreaming brain may rehearse the emotional and perceptual parts of threat without needing the dream to obey waking logic. The danger can be exaggerated because fear itself is an exaggerating system. It is designed to make possible danger feel urgent before proof is complete. That is why the brain may prefer false alarms over silence. In survival terms, missing a real threat could cost more than overreacting to an imagined one. So at night, when the ordinary world is shut out, the brain may still run simulations of what it was built to care about: safety, control, belonging, movement, protection, and escape. This is why so many fear dreams involve universal human vulnerabilities. You cannot move fast enough. You cannot find the exit. You cannot reach the person who matters. You cannot make others understand. You are exposed in public. You are in a place where the rules are unclear. The specific dream may be personal, but the fear pattern is old. It belongs to a nervous system that evolved to ask again and again, am I safe? Fear rehearsal during sleep may also help explain why dream threats are often felt before they are understood. In waking life, you might see a strange movement in the dark and react before you know what it is. The brain's threat system is fast because hesitation can be dangerous. Dreams can recreate that same priority. You may feel dread before the figure appears. You may know a room is unsafe before anything happens. You may turn a corner already prepared for danger. The dream is rehearsing not only the event, but the anticipation of the event. That anticipation matters because much of fear is predictive. Fear is the mind leaning forward into what might happen. During sleep, the brain may generate possible futures, not as prophecies, but as emotional practice. Some of those futures are absurd. Some are drawn from recent stress. Some are shaped by old memories. Some may come from bodily sensations during the night. But the rehearsal effect can still be real at the level of feeling. The brain is practicing the state of being on alert. It is learning which cues feel dangerous, which reactions arise, and how intense the alarm becomes. This may be one reason frightening dreams can leave you emotionally raw after waking. The event was not real, but the fear system was active. Your body may have increased heart rate, changed breathing, tightened attention, and prepared for action. The dream was internal, but the physiological echo can be real. And yet, there is a careful line we must not cross. If a dream rehearses fear, that does not mean it always helps. Practice can strengthen a skill, but repetition can also deepen a wound. For someone under chronic stress or after trauma, repeated fear dreams may not calmly prepare the brain. They may keep the alarm system activated. A nightmare that returns again and again can become less like training and more like being forced to relive helplessness. In those cases, the brain may be stuck in threat mode, unable to complete the emotional process. The rehearsal does not resolve, it loops. This is why frequent nightmares deserve compassion and, when severe, support. The theory of fear rehearsal should never be used to tell someone that their suffering is good for them. A fire drill is useful when it ends and leaves you more prepared. It is harmful if the alarm never stops. The sleeping brain's relationship with fear is similar. A little simulation may sharpen awareness. Too much may exhaust the system. What makes the topic so fascinating is that fear dreams show the brain doing something deeply practical through deeply strange images. It is not thinking in neat sentences. It is thinking in situations. It turns risk into a corridor, pressure into pursuit, hesitation into locked doors, vulnerability into open spaces, urgency into footsteps behind you. The dream is not only showing fear, it is giving fear a body, a direction, a problem. And once fear has a problem, the mind can test responses. Sometimes you run, sometimes you hide, sometimes you freeze, sometimes you turn toward the threat, sometimes you fail, and the failure itself may become information. The dream may reveal how you expect yourself to react under pressure. It may show where you feel capable and where you feel helpless. It may show whether the threat is outside you, inside you, behind you, ahead of you, or everywhere at once. None of this means the dream contains a fixed interpretation. It means the dream is a simulation space where your fear system can express its current settings. If the dream always places you without help, maybe your nervous system is modeling isolation. If the dream always makes the exit disappear, maybe the current stress in your life feels optionless. If the dream gives you a threat you cannot see, maybe the fear is not attached to a clear object yet. The value is not in declaring what the dream means. The value is in observing how fear behaves when the waking mind stops controlling the scene. There is also something quietly humbling here. You may think of fear as weakness, but fear is one of the brain's most serious forms of care. It is uncomfortable because it is trying to protect. It imagines danger because it wants you ready. It pulls attention toward risk because it does not want you surprised. In dreams, that care can become wild and exaggerated. It may dress itself as monsters, chases, disasters, missing exits, collapsing buildings, or silent figures. But under the costume, the system is ancient and protective. It is asking the same question every living creature has had to answer. How do I survive what I do not fully understand? Sleep gives the brain a strange laboratory for that question. No real predator enters the room. No real cliff opens under the bed. No real crowd judges you in the dark. Yet the inner rehearsal can still activate. The mind can test alarm without the world needing to provide a threat. And when you wake, the rehearsal ends. The room is safe. The body is still there. The danger was not outside, but perhaps the brain has learned something small. What frightens you? How fear moves through you? Where you freeze? Where you search? Where you still hope to escape? If the dream was mild, it may pass like a storm that cleans the air. If it was intense, it may ask for gentleness. If it repeats, it may ask for help, rest, or attention to a waking stress that has become too large for the night to hold. So when your brain rehearses fear while you sleep, do not assume it is betraying you. It may be doing what nervous systems have always done, preparing for uncertainty in the only language sleep can speak. Not instructions, not predictions, not punishments, simulations, scenes, alarms, tests of attention, and beneath them, a fragile kind of care. The dream frightens you because fear is the brain's roughest form of protection. It shakes the sleeping mind and says, notice this, practice this, survive this. Then morning comes and the rehearsal room disappears, but you remain, breathing in the quiet after the alarm, carrying not a prophecy, but a reminder that even in darkness, some part of you is still trying to keep watch. How dreams reveal the mind's hidden editing system. The most revealing dreams are not the ones that make no sense, but the ones that almost make sense before you notice the cuts. You are in one room, then another, but the dream does not show the hallway between them. You are speaking to one person, then somehow they are someone else, yet your mind keeps the conversation going. You are trying to solve a problem, then the problem becomes a place, then the place becomes a memory, and for a while, you do not protest. This is how dreams reveal the mind's hidden editing system. They show the brain stitching experience together so quickly that you often mistake the stitching for reality. In waking life, this editing system works so smoothly that you rarely catch it. Your eyes jump from point to point, but the world looks continuous. You blink, but you do not experience black gaps. You hear fragments of speech in noisy rooms, but your brain fills in missing sounds. You walk through a familiar place and do not consciously register every object because your mind supplies what it expects to be there. Consciousness is not raw footage. It is edited footage. It is selected, corrected, smoothed, and arranged before it becomes the world you feel you are living in. Dreams matter because they sometimes expose this editing machine while it is working under looser rules. The dream editor does not always care about physical continuity. It cares about emotional continuity, attention, and narrative pressure. If the feeling continues, the scene is allowed to change. If the goal continues, the person can become someone else. If the tension continues, the location can transform without warning. By daylight, you might say, that made no sense. But inside the dream, the mind often accepts the transition because the emotional thread did not break. This tells us something important. The brain does not always define a story by stable facts. Sometimes it defines a story by what still feels unresolved. A dream can jump across rooms, years, identities, and events because the hidden editor is not cutting according to geography. It is cutting according to relevance. What matters next? What feeling needs a new image? What conflict needs a new stage? What memory fragment can carry the same emotional weight? The result is the strange grammar of dreaming, where a scene can collapse and still seem continuous because the feeling underneath survives the collapse. Research on dream bizarreness often describes dreams as containing discontinuities, where one thing shifts into another, and incongruities, where elements appear together that would not fit in waking life. But these errors are not simply nonsense. They are windows into the brain's editing priorities. When a movie cuts from a face to a city skyline, you understand that time has passed, or that the story has moved. Dreams perform their own cuts, but without always marking them clearly. The brain may remove transitions because transitions are unnecessary for the emotional task. If you need to feel exposed, the dream can place you in front of a crowd instantly. If you need to feel lost, it can remove the map without showing you how you got there. If you need to confront a memory, it can bring the person into the room without obeying the calendar. The editor skips the practical steps and keeps the psychological destination. This is why dreams can feel both chaotic and strangely efficient. They waste little time on explanation. They move directly to the pressure point. But the hidden editing system is not only about cutting scenes, it is also about filling gaps. Dreams often provide a feeling of background knowledge without showing where that knowledge came from. You know you are late, even if no clock appears. You know someone is angry, even if they say nothing. You know a place is dangerous, even if nothing has happened yet. The dream gives you context without evidence. It installs meaning before the story explains itself. This may feel mysterious, but it is close to how waking perception works too. The brain is always predicting, filling, and assuming. It does not wait for perfect information. It builds a usable version of the moment from partial clues. Dreams exaggerate this habit. They can give you the conclusion before the proof. They can make you feel the answer before the question is asked. This is why a dream scene can feel complete even when, later, you realize it had no stable logic. The editor filled in enough for you to keep moving. Not everything needed to be shown. Not everything needed to be true. It only needed to feel usable inside the experience. There is also a memory editor at work. When you wake and try to describe a dream, another editing process begins. You do not bring the dream back whole. You rebuild it with language. You place events in an order that may not have existed clearly while you were dreaming. You turn fragments into a sequence. You say, "First I was in a house, then I was running, then I saw someone." But the actual dream may have been more fluid, more overlapping, less like a line and more like a cloud of connected moments. Your waking mind edits the dream into a report because waking thought prefers stories with beginnings, middles, and endings. So dreams are edited twice, once while they happen, and again when you remember them. This is why two people can treat the same dream differently. One person remembers it as nonsense. Another hears the emotional continuity and finds a pattern. Both may be noticing different layers of the editing. The dream itself may have been unstable, but the mind's attempt to make it tellable gives it shape. This is not deception. It is how consciousness survives complexity. Without editing, experience would be overwhelming. The brain cannot present everything at once. It must select what matters, hide what does not, smooth transitions, create expectations, and turn the flood of signals into a world you can move through. Dreams reveal the system because, in sleep, the editor becomes less obedient to waking reality. It makes bolder cuts. It merges scenes more freely. It lets contradictions pass. If the emotional movement remains strong, it may remove a person's identity and preserve their role. It may remove a place's layout and preserve its atmosphere. It may remove cause and effect and preserve urgency. That is why dreams can feel like broken films that still somehow know where they are going. The editing is not random in the way static is random. It is guided by attention, memory, expectation, emotion, and the brain's need to keep experience coherent enough to inhabit. Sometimes the editor succeeds so completely that you do not notice anything strange until waking. Sometimes it fails, and the failure becomes the clue. You notice the impossible jump. You notice that a room changed. You notice that a person became someone else. You notice that the story has no true beginning. Those moments are valuable because they show the seams that waking life usually hides. They remind you that your sense of continuity is an achievement, not a guarantee. Every day, your mind edits reality into something smooth enough to trust. Every night, dreams show what happens when that smoothness loosens and the deeper machinery becomes visible. This does not mean waking life is fake. It means waking life is organized. It means your brain is always shaping experience before you consciously receive it. Dreams are the rough cut. Waking life is the polished version, but both depend on the same astonishing ability. The mind takes fragments and gives them flow. It takes gaps and gives them bridges. It takes scattered signals and creates the feeling of one continuous self moving through one continuous world. And perhaps that is the softest, strangest lesson hidden inside dream editing. You are not only the one watching the scenes, you are also the one being carried by the edits. The mind cuts, blends, hides, fills, and rearranges, and then hands you the result as if it has always been whole. In dreams, the edits are sometimes clumsy enough to see. In waking life, they are usually beautiful enough to disappear. But once you understand they are there, every dream becomes more than a strange story. It becomes evidence of the quiet editor behind consciousness, working through the night, turning fragments into experience, and reminding you that even the smoothest reality is something the brain has learned how to assemble. How dreams turn memories into strange stories. A dream can take yesterday's smallest moment and disguise it so completely that you only recognize it by the feeling it leaves behind. You might pass a cafe in the afternoon, hear a sentence you barely notice, feel a brief embarrassment, remember an old place for half a second, and then go on with your day as if nothing important happened. But at night, the mind may return to those tiny pieces, not as a clean replay, not as a faithful recording, but as raw material. The cafe becomes a train station. The sentence becomes an argument. The old place becomes a building with endless rooms. The embarrassment becomes a search, a delay, a locked door, a person waiting for an answer you cannot give. This is how dreams turn memories into strange stories. The sleeping brain does not simply open yesterday's files and play them back. It reactivates fragments, loosens them from their original context, mixes them with older memories, and links them through emotion rather than ordinary logic. During sleep, the brain is thought to help stabilize and reorganize memories. Experiences from waking life do not all remain in the same fragile form. Some details weaken, some meanings become stronger, some pieces are connected to older knowledge. Some emotional material is softened, intensified, or moved into a new frame. Dreaming may reflect part of this behind-the-scenes work, like seeing sparks from a machine that is operating in the dark. The strange story is not random in the simple sense. It may look chaotic because the brain is not organizing it for an audience. It is not trying to produce a clear plot. It is sorting, testing, blending, and associating. Your waking mind values sequence. First this happened, then that happened, and because of that, something followed. The dreaming mind often values association. This feeling resembles that place. This face carries that tension. This sound belongs with that fear. This old memory fits the emotional color of today. The result is a story that would fail as a diary, but succeed as a map of hidden connections. A person from childhood appears in a modern office because the brain is not asking, did these events happen together? It may be asking, do these emotions belong together? A room from a school becomes connected to a current responsibility because both carry the feeling of being evaluated. A stranger speaks with the emotional weight of someone you know because the dream is using role, pressure, and atmosphere more than literal identity. This is why dreams can feel bizarre and yet personally meaningful. They are built from broken realism and emotional accuracy. They get the facts wrong, but sometimes they preserve the pressure. One important part of this process is that memory itself is not a perfect archive. Even while awake, remembering is an active act. You do not pull the past from a shelf unchanged. You reconstruct it with the help of current mood, expectation, knowledge, and context. Sleep seems to push this reconstruction into a more fluid state. The brain can place recent memories beside older ones that share a similar theme, almost as if it is asking whether the new experience belongs inside an existing pattern. This may help explain why dreams often include day residue, small traces from recent life, but rarely in plain form. You may not dream directly about the message you received, but you may dream about being unable to respond. You may not dream about the exact conversation that bothered you, but you may dream about a room where everyone knows something you do not. The memory has been transformed from event into emotional structure, and once memory becomes structure, the dream can build around it. It can invent characters, locations, obstacles, and endings that were never part of real life, because the brain is working with meaning rather than accuracy. This does not mean every dream has a hidden message waiting to be decoded. Many dream elements may be incidental, produced by loose association, body sensations, or the brain's spontaneous activity during sleep. But it does mean the strangeness is not empty. A dream's weirdness can come from the way memory networks overlap. Think of your mind not as a library with separate books, but as a city at night, where one lit window can illuminate a street. And that street can lead to another neighborhood. And suddenly a memory from 10 years ago is glowing beside something that happened yesterday. The path may not make sense by daylight, but inside the network, it follows connections your conscious mind rarely sees. This is especially true when emotion is involved. Emotional memories often have stronger tags. The brain treats them as important because they may affect survival, belonging, identity, or future decisions. During sleep, emotionally charged material may be more likely to be woven into dream content. Not always because the brain wants to frighten or comfort you, but because emotion helps decide what deserves processing. A neutral detail may vanish. A charged detail may return wearing a costume. That costume is the dream story. And because the brain is free from the strict demands of waking reality, it can exaggerate relationships between memories. It can put your boss in your childhood home, your friend in a hospital, your old school inside a forest, your current fear inside an ancient-looking hallway. These combinations are not mistakes in the way a broken machine makes mistakes. They are more like experiments. The brain asks, what belongs with what? What can be learned if these pieces are placed together? What feeling appears when this memory touches that one? In this way, dreams may support a kind of mental flexibility. They allow memories to be rearranged beyond their original containers. That rearrangement can be confusing, but it may also help the mind discover connections. This is why a dream can sometimes make you wake with a new perspective. Not because it delivered a perfect answer, but because it broke the old arrangement of thought. It placed distant pieces beside each other and let the emotional meaning change. Still, there is a delicate danger in overinterpreting. Because dreams use memory fragments, they can feel more intentional than they are. A random combination can look like a symbol. A familiar face can seem like a message. A strange setting can feel like a prophecy. The better approach is not to ask, what does every object mean? But, what memories might be touching here, and what feeling connects them? That question keeps the dream grounded. It respects the science without flattening the mystery. It lets the dream be neither nonsense nor magic, but a glimpse of memory in motion. And perhaps that is the most beautiful part. Every night, the mind takes the life you lived and quietly edits it, not to deceive you, but to keep you adaptable. It removes some edges, strengthens some links, tests old emotions against new events, and turns ordinary fragments into scenes that feel impossible. The dream story may be strange because the work beneath it is strange. A living brain trying to decide what to keep, what to loosen, what to connect, and what to let fade. When you wake, you may remember only a few pieces. A corridor, a voice, a feeling that outlasts the image. But those pieces are traces of a deeper labor. Your mind was not simply wandering. It was taking the raw material of your days and folding it into the long, unfinished story of who you are becoming. And maybe that is why dream stories can be so strange and still feel so close to the truth. They do not show life exactly as it happened. They show life as the sleeping brain is trying to understand it.